I'm on the correct frequency. I can see it's got the pilot tone, so. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Grady College of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Georgia. We are going to be doing online video storytelling judging today. So we are all part of the Online Video Presentation Innovation Division, so formerly known as Multimedia. All the categories are completely new this year. We are going through a complete... Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Grady College of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Georgia. That's why. We are going to... That's good to know. Okay. So good thing our two viewers are okay with seeing stuff like that. So, the categories are completely new this year. Essentially, there used to be, for a long time, this was just called multimedia. It was essentially just like story pages. So it was just 8 categories, and it was just story pages. There was no room for video. There was no kind of like deep thinking about how we use visuals online and the way that that's changing. So I completely rewrote the categories this year, and so if there's any problems with them, you can blame me. But I wanted to kind of bring video into the fold in a more meaningful way, especially because the video that we do as online storytellers is a lot different than the style that we do in television. So I was kind of writing the categories with that in mind. So they want me to thank a lot of people, so I'm just going to go ahead and start with that. So first I'd like to thank the Grady School of Journalism. So they put a significant financial contribution into hosting us this year. This is the first time we're ever doing it here this year. And the Dean, Charles Davis, has been really instrumental in that, and also Mark Johnson, who was in here this morning. He essentially got us all on this open water system, which was a significant financial contribution and just like a lot of time like working with developers to kind of build a completely new back end for how we do our contest entries. And it wasn't a perfect launch. We got a lot of feedback from entrants this year, so we have a lot of good feedback for how things will change in the future. But one of the big reasons why we wanted to kind of bring this into a new system is that we don't have an archive of a lot of the contests that we've done in the past. And so this will be completely archived with a lot of judges' comments, and all of the entries that are submitted are going to be actually saved in an archive here for and open for academic students to study it. So that's going to be really cool. As you know, in newspapers, a lot of some of our best work is lost to history right now. So it was really important to kind of build this archive in a sustainable way. I also want to thank our student volunteers. We have a lot of people who flew in from out of state to be with us. That's awesome. And so just make sure that you get to know them while you're here and get to kind of find out a little bit about them. They're here to kind of sit in and get a lot out of our expertise and the way that we kind of think about visuals. So be sure to try to spend some time with them as well. So one of the things about overhauling a contest is that we are completely free from the way that things have always been done, right? So we have a lot of latitude as far as the way that we want to judge this contest. Since a lot of the categories are new, we have some categories where we got only a few entries. So as you look at your schedules, you can kind of see, I wrote how many entries we got in each of the categories. And then that number, the first number, is going to be the number that we decided to elevate. So we used 10 judges in the first round to evaluate entries so that we could kind of get a good idea of what we were going to be looking at. So they already gave us a lot of really good feedback on their thoughts on these entries and rated them from 1 to 10. So then I went ahead and went in and decided at what level we would be elevating different entries to make it into this final round of judging. So we're just going to be looking at kind of the best work. They wanted me to also go ahead and do a ethics statement, so I'm just going to go ahead and read some of the ethics. Okay, so the NPPA's commitment to ethics is steadfast, and it always has been. And so stories should honor the viewer's trust. Under no circumstances should scenes be depicted as candid, be directed or controlled in any way. Any recreations of scenes to illustrate events in the past must be clearly marked as such. Special effects and music should be used sparingly, and it should not alter the truthfulness of the narrative. Filmmakers cannot be paid by anyone with a commercial stake in the story, and no branded content will be allowed. But ethics are more than just photo manipulation and setting up scenes in video. It's also just having discussions about fairness and exploitation. And so if anything at all doesn't seem right to you or doesn't feel right, I want you all to feel empowered to kind of go into those conversations and take them places that, you know, that kind of stuff is rapidly changing. We can't set hard and fast rules around that. So I brought you all in because you do think deeply about that sort of thing. So I want you all to be open and be having the conversations that if you think some work is really powerful, but you don't think it's worth awarding in the contest, I think that that's totally valid. And I want you to feel empowered to speak up whenever you kind of see anything that might kind of doesn't sit right with you. And a big thing for that is that contests are important. I mean, the contests are contests, right? But they're important because they set the tone for work in our industry. And so by deciding what we think is the best is kind of showing other photojournalists and filmmakers, we are telling them kind of the standard by which work should be done. So I want you to kind of think about, like, as we're awarding for second and third place or awards of excellence, we need to make sure that that aligns with our values as filmmakers and photojournalists. It's also important to recuse yourself from the conversation when work comes up from your colleagues or friends or anything that you might have worked on in the industry. We'll do our best to try and put you on teams since we're divided up into teams of 3, so that doesn't happen. And while we're making decisions, I've drawn up a little rubric. I see that Josh is looking at it. So if you decide to use this rubric, you can. I wanted to kind of create a set of standards that are just super simple, that if you decide to, you can just assign points as you go along to entries. If you decide not to use it, or if you decide to use a different rubric, feel free. But a lot of times when I'm judging contests, I feel like sometimes it comes down to I'm kind of evaluating it on my emotional connection with the subject, and I'd rather kind of be evaluating it on more kind of technical and story foundational aspects. So if you do decide to use that, great, but don't feel like you need to. And so let's go ahead and get divided into groups to start things off. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
No.
Okay, great. All right. We can go ahead and just switch to this if you want. Okay, so first off, we're going to get divided into groups of 3. So does anyone have any interest in being in Group A?
Sure.
You want to be in Group A? Group A? We need a third?
Sure.
You want to be in Group A? Okay. How do you guys feel about being in Group B? We're going to be doing feature small team, feature large, news and issue individual, 24-hour individual, and sports individual today.
Is there any more space in Group A?
We're going to be doing 2 groups of 3.
Okay.
If you want to be in Group A, I'll switch with you.
It really doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Either one is fine.
We're in Group B the whole day.
Yeah, you're going to be in Group B the whole day, and then we're going to switch things up tomorrow. So.
Would you want to switch?
Yeah, if you want.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to Group A.
Okay.
That's okay. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
I'd like to do some of the documentary stuff, maybe like tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to be doing most of the documentary stuff tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Ooh, Docuseries.
Yeah, so you can be in Group A tomorrow.
Yeah, so small team.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be in Group B then today, and then we can move you into Group A tomorrow.
Perfect. And it makes sense for me to be in Group B tomorrow because of the innovation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. Okay, so everyone who's in Group A is going to be doing an individual work on your laptops, like I showed you this morning. So we're going to be, Group B is going to be a Curious Start. And so Danielle's actually going to kind of go out there with you so that she's kind of trained on how this all works, and I already kind of showed you. So if you have any questions, she should be able to answer them for you. And then we're going to start by, we're going to be looking at the entries together in this room. So Group B is going to be in here. So if you guys can just kind of head out into the couches and stuff out here, if that's comfortable for you. We also have another room set aside, but it's all the way down on the first floor. so I didn't think it would be, I thought it'd just be easier to be up here.
Yeah.
So.
So I don't need my headphones.
You don't need them right now. You're only gonna need them when we're doing like, and Andrew forgot this too. I have an extra set over here. Thank you, Daniel.
You guys, I mean, also when we're in small groups, we could probably use a laptop. Do you guys want to slide over so we can split
Yeah.
the mics a little better?
Yes.
It's nice to meet you and put a face with your name. I've seen like your byline and your work so often.
Yeah, me. Same with you. So that's awesome.
Do you prefer Gabby or Gabriella?
I sort of go by either. Like professionally, I go by Gabriella, but
Okay. You don't have any preference?
No.
Okay. You sitting over on this side?
I don't
Peter?
know. I guess it was.
If you,
Oh, huh?
we need to be near the mics.
To the center or towards the far end is better.
So like over here?
Towards the center.
Is good?
This side's
Like
better?
here, I can just move this way too.
you know what, sit where you want, I'll change the camera shot.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the mics were like actually gonna point at us.
Yeah.
So I was just moving them.
Where's the light the best on me?
What's my good side?
I can bring it about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Like
needs
with the fluorescent.
Still.
he needs pink toned incandescents,
Yeah.
Paramount lighting.
Yeah, we really should be lighting this.
They're lighting the stills room downstairs.
Oh really?
Well, or they just have like really nice lighting in there. Okay, so we're gonna start with video feature small team. We have an hour to do it. So we're gonna be hopefully done in an hour. So we have 8 entries total to get through.
Cool.
What are those run times on this?
They should be under 10 minutes,
Cool.
and hopefully shorter than that. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through and play entries, and
then go to 2.
we don't have to watch them all the way through. So just like let me know when you're seen enough and you want to move on. Let's see here.
On the screen, we probably
Feature
should
small team.
watch pieces the whole way through.
What?
I feel like we should watch them the whole way through, especially on the. Are we live right now?
We are live
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I think we should make sure to watch them the whole way through.
Let's just let me just set this in.
Okay.
Okay, we are live now.
Those
Yeah.
people.
Don't
This
click it,
is-
don't click it, don't click it, don't click
I
it.
know. I'm unmuting it. I just want to like be able to monitor it.
We're monitoring it.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Okay. Can
That's
you just?
what we're here for.
Okay. Can you just write in there? Can you just write that we're gonna be starting?
We already pulled up a graphic
already
and that
on
we're
there.
on
Okay.
OVS feature small team.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
So I had been getting a lot of feedback from people on the YouTube stuff yesterday that they were confused because they can't see the slide. So if you could just put a comment in there that says that we're doing feature small team that runs next to the video, that would be great. Because that
Sure.
once that slide is gone, you can't tell what category we're in.
Okay, so when we reference an entry, are we gonna be referencing an entry number, title of the title of the project, or like if we're having a discussion, are we saying like, well, entry number 03A 02S 4974, or like, is there a name of the? There's no, obviously, probably not a name.
There's not a name for this.
Okay.
Why don't we just give it a name?
I feel like we'll be able
In
to-
your, why don't we just give it a name? In your notebook, why don't you just write down, this is just, let's just call it South Park.
South Park. Yeah, maybe having that before we start each one, because you're familiar with all of the entries.
I'm not familiar with all of the entries.
Okay. Oh, right, but there's a description. I got
Yeah.
you. Okay, cool.
So here's the entry description, so you guys
Cool.
got that?
Awesome. I'm ready to start watching.
Okay.
Let's go get the trees, baby. Let's go get those trees. Come on, follow me. Come on, let's go get the tree. We're teaching the kids that each person can make a difference. Something as simple as planting a tree. A sense of belonging. Being proud about something positive in their community. It really just empowers them. We're starting to see an increase in gangs. They start trying to recruit our kids because there's nothing for them to do. The common goal here is to help these kids and make sure that they stay alive. Failure is not an option.
What's your celebrity name? Just Jabril. No, it's gonna be Young Pine Tree.
My name is Carmen Martinez. I'm with the Duwamish Valley Youth Corps. We are handing out free trees today. We're on a mission to plant over 250 trees. If you need assistance in planting them, we'll be glad to help you plant them.
We're giving free trees.
Yeah.
We wonder if you want some. We have
What do you have?
we have 10 different types of trees.
Okay.
Do you have any fruit trees, do you know?
No, those fruit trees are gonna come in September.
They're very educated, they're very knowledgeable, they're just great kids.
Nine bark. Oh, you have a 9 bark?
A whole lot of really positive things that go on in South Park that perhaps is not heard about.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Cool, thank you. Great job, you guys. Thank you for all you do.
It just so happens that it also has a bad connotation that seems to get a lot of media coverage, and that's unfortunate.
There's been a lot of gang activity down here. Youth violence, all this graffiti popping up, gunshots. When we were keeping the kids busy, we didn't have one shooting for an entire decade. 10 years, there was not one youth shot down here. Now we've lost Dallas Esparza. What hurts me the most is it takes a tragedy before something got happened. There's a huge need down here for activities for youth, and so we can keep these kids safe and keep them active.
My aunt, she just came by my house. She was like, hey, there's this program starting up. I want you to join it. And she was like, you get an $800 stipend. And I was like, ooh, I need that. I did not know what I was getting myself into at all whatsoever. But I actually started liking the program because, like, all my friends were in it. Some people I didn't know that were in it. Like, I made connections, like, more friends. It got me out of trouble quite a few times. Like, I don't know, going down the wrong path, I guess. Skipping school and stuff.
Just move this out right here.
There's a low tree canopy in South Park, and the asthma rates over here are high. The tree giveaway is supposed to help us with that.
It's my mom's house. But yeah, it's my mom. I just get to pick a tree. That's what y'all doing today? Yeah. I like this one. This one looking kind of cool right here. I like that one. This one too.
Got it. You got it? I got it.
How about this? You guys can decide. Cause I wouldn't know where to put that. But you guys can decide. Anywhere on this side and right here on this side.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I hope the DVYC lives, and I hope that it expands. I hope one day I'm able to walk outside at night without feeling like I'm gonna get robbed, shot, because I'm wearing a certain color. I hope that one day this whole place will be peaceful.
Right about there. Go ahead. If one of them is listening, or I've helped them in any way, or I've fed them, or I told them something, or I showed them something, I feel good about that. So on this, when we get the grass, we need to save some of this dirt, right? Ooh, that worms are so good. That means it's really healthy soil. Kids need that. They need to know that adults really do care about the best interest of them. More and more soil. Woo! Peace out, tree. We'll see you in a...
Whenever we walk by here.
Whenever you walk by.
Yeah.
This is our community. Look at another thing that's going to help us breathe better. Yay! They need to be loved, they need to be fed, and they need to be kept active.
Come on. Next, let's go. We're on a mission. We got 3. Let's go.
Okay. Do we want to keep, so at this point we can decide to keep this in our consideration, or we can decide that it doesn't warrant moving forward? Should we keep it in?
I mean, I think not having seen any of the other entries.
Yeah.
I would prefer to keep it in.
Yeah.
And there's 12, right?
There is 8. So there were 12 entries total submitted, and based on the evaluations from the first round judges, we had three judges look at these entries, and so based on their cumulative ratings, I decided which ones to elevate into the this final round of judging.
Do we want to get our thoughts out about these as we watch them, or is it better for us to sort of talk about that as we start to eliminate some?
It's up to you. If you guys want to talk about it now.
Did you guys have anything you want to talk about with this one? I have notes, but I also kind of feel like without seeing some of the other videos, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I just played the next one.
Oh wait.
I'm a real family man.
Pause real fast.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta write something down.
So we just got started on, we're doing video storytelling categories. These are featured videos. So these are the small team. So all these videos were produced by 2 to 4 people.
Okay.
Yeah, so we divided these entries up into team size. So we have individual, small team, which is 2 to 4 people, and then large team, which is more than 5 people worked on the video.
Okay, great.
So yeah. Do you guys know Akili? She's the director of the NPPA.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, so she works here at UGA because NPPA is based here at UGA.
Awesome.
What's the NPPA stickers for everybody?
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Love stickers.
You made it?
So you can
I
tell.
made it. A little late, but I made it.
Call it prom.
Prom? Okay. Prom?
I'm a real family man. I can be a good provider, and that's what I hope to be. Watch after my family. In our ways, like the women are like the strong ones. They're like the backbone, pretty much. My great grandma, she's really represented that, and she's like raised like the whole family. She means a lot to me. With everything that she's been through, that it was something little that I could do for her.
No surprise. You just got a special person to ask.
I know that you didn't get to experience a lot of your high school, you didn't get to experience a lot of prom, and you've always taught us well and raised us well, and I just thought this was a little something that I can do. So I just want to ask for you to prom. Like, fine. It's in June 16th. Yeah.
I said yes.
I was totally surprised that they could even think of asking me to be at a prom of all things. It was really heartwarming and a blessing.
She went through 32 different foster care homes. She was 3 and her mom had left her with her baby brother in a hotel room. She didn't see her mom for a week. Someone finally reported, babies crying, kids crying.
When I got to the door, I fell on the social worker and she started crying. She goes, "It's okay, you're gonna be okay." Both my parents were alcoholics. That's how alcohol is, you lose yourself in it, or drugs. And that's why I preach so hard to my kids, Your schooling will give you a choice.
She's taught me so much, like my hardest years, my teenage years, when I didn't have like a father figure. I've seen a lot in my life, like what my dad did. It's just drugs, just like alcohol, it takes you. I realized that I don't want to be like that.
I was proud of Juanito that he's carrying on the tradition, our traditional ways.
You don't see a lot of Native people graduating, or you don't hear about it. And just like being the football captain, we can be leaders, we can help others, and we can lift others up. She always says, be an inspiration for people. That's kind of what really motivated me. What she's been through. It's hard to forgive, and I really believe she has.
Cleanses your soul. To cleanse the soul, you learn to forgive. He's graduating, and his mom and I, all of us, are going to be here for him no matter what. It's like seeing the seed grow, and that seed of love, and that seed of strength, and unity is still there in our family. He's honored us, and that's why it's such an honor to be honored.
Family always comes first. My grandma's really taught me that.
Anyone have any thoughts they want to discuss?
Maybe we should hold until we've seen
Okay.
the bulk.
Are we ready to move on? Okay, let's call this one Doom Wop? No. Yeah, Prom Queen? Let's call this one Prom Queen.
Prom Queen? I think it's...
You can listen to a track from the 50s, it always seems to be like a little bit haunted. I love the music of the 1950s. I like the sound of the music of the 1950s. I think unfortunately a lot of the things that people were struggling with in the 50s are still around today. Doo-wop is exactly sort of what it sounds like. It's doo-wop music, but it's got kind of a sinister element to it, something darker. The new album, Doo-wop, we released in September. It sort of all kind of took shape After the election last year and after the death of David Bowie. So the record, I wanted to express feelings of unease I was having just in my own head. You know, it's sort of been buried, and I think the last few years it's sort of been coming to the fore as we aren't all as equal as we thought we were, and the civil rights movement isn't over. I think End of the World is a really special song to me. It was the first song I wrote for the album, and it expresses feeling helpless in terms of what's happening in the world, but wanting connection. In Blonde, talking about identity and struggles with identity. And then Manic Panic is a really, really hard question for some of us to answer, because it's like, I don't sometimes know if I'm feeling happiness or mania. When I'm having a panic attack, am I dying? You know? I think every show is different, and it all depends on what's going on. But every time I feel like I'm with my favorite people and I'm about to do something I really love, and it's a relief when we start playing. Doing live performing as a band is really hard, and people don't talk about that enough. Rehearsing and lugging all your gear and getting all your merch and, you know, figuring out the sound and then for us, you know, getting into makeup and costume and all this, you know, and you do that for a 45-minute set, and then you're done, and then everything, you have to break everything down, and it's a lot of work. So you better enjoy that time on stage, because that's like your break from the work. Having support from my bandmates has been majorly important to me. I am working with such an amazingly professional group of musicians. I just really wanted to make something that expressed the feelings I was having, felt very intentional, felt very cathartic. There's a lot of nuance to life that's hard to express in our everyday conversations, and I think that music and art can communicate those nuances in a really beautiful way.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about that album?
runtime.
So this next video, we are going to be calling the car fire and discussions. So let's go ahead and.
This neighborhood looks like it does because Gary and 4 others were here fighting this fire. We stayed.
We had seen the news reports of the wind direction change. Being a retired firefighter, I pay attention to that stuff. And when it happened almost on time from the news reports, it made the fire start coming in our direction. I felt my house was very defensible, and as it turned out, it was.
The embers were just starting to rain down. It was just smoke and just a sprinkling of fireballs coming down on us. And my wife, when she drove out, the smoke and the fire was just whirling around. Limbs and was flying, and she was, what's hitting the car? And it was debris. It was tree limbs. It was, and everything was just swirling around. Garbage cans were being flipped around like nothing, just blowing like paper cups. And she said, I thought I was gonna die in the car right there. And she said we just kept creeping out and finally made it through it.
My wife was in the backyard and came back and forth, called me several times, said that she thought she was going to die. That was, she doesn't have the experience. And, but she hung in there and stayed behind, and she was very, had a lot of courage that night. A lot of emotion too. But spraying down the sides of the house, the roofs of the house, and trying to put out any embers and keep the lawns wet, that was our strategy.
I said, if I go, I said, I can't fight the fire if I'm not here. If I'm not in the fire, I can't fight the fire. And then I started switching from sprinklers to firefighting nozzles. So this is far more effective than just a regular standard garden hose, because look how far that shoots out. And you've got that, and you can also adjust it for your different nozzles.
There were actually 6 people that freelanced and protected homes in here. Some came to help their neighbors, and others were sons of the residents, those kind of things. But yeah, so there were 6 of us running around here doing things, and there's a few houses standing that I don't think would have been had not been for their help.
I asked Gary if he was going to stay, and he said, Loy and I are going to stay. And I said, well, if you're staying, I'm staying. And I gave him my word I was going to stay. And I knew we were going to need each other. And we did.
Anyone want to say anything before we move along?
I kind of want to keep everything in until we see them all. I don't know
Got
if
it.
you guys feel differently.
Just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on number 5 now. Let's see here. Warbird Roundup. Let's call it that.
Attention now. Thank you.
Few occasions carry the significance or sentiment of a national anthem quite like what has come together at the Warhawk Air Museum. It's called the Warbird Roundup.
For a sec.
Okay. The uploaded video is a 3 so this should have been entered in the innovation category.
Can we make like an executive decision to move it over into that category?
So that was one of the things that we talked about in stills, and the decision I think that they came up with was that we will not be moving miscategorized entries around. Let me check in with them first. Why don't we come back to this? I'll check in with them. But I think that was the decision that they had made yesterday, was that they do not want to be moving things around.
Do you guys want to watch it now or wait to watch it?
I think I agree with you. That would be hard to judge, and I don't think this is like the format how you would watch it anyway. So it might be.
It looks like strong visuals. Like I want to pull it up on my phone at some point, but it's
watch it. Yeah.
Not really fair to judge a VR piece when it's flat.
Okay. Sounds good.
Or in comparing it to other.
Yeah, to non-VR, it's different types of storytelling.
Right. Okay, I'll check in with the chair of the contest, with William Snyder, and we'll talk about it. But for now, we're just going to save this and move along.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so should we call this voice signals?
Yeah.
If you're listening, you can hear a familiar voice echoing throughout the city of Austin.
Wait to cross Red River at 11.
A voice that guides people across busy roads and intersections.
Walk sign is on to cross Red River at 11.
You can tell by the authentic Texas draw.
Oh, there you go.
This voice calls Austin home.
That's my normal voice.
Lupe Alvarado.
Yeah, the voice of Austin.
With the Austin Transportation Department.
Oh, yeah. The walk sign is on.
Is the man behind the voice.
Barton Springs.
Giving you the okay to cross many of Austin's streets. For the past 8 years.
I think the most favorite thing I have about my job is being able to be the best public servant I can be. When you press that button over there, did it talk to you?
Yes, it did.
It did. And I tried to achieve that. Thank you. Every day.
Some depend on Lupe's voice more than others to get around the city. Like 17-year-old Adeline Granger.
Walk sign is on to cross.
Who hears Lupe's voice on her way to the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired.
I have macular degeneration. Technically, it's ironic, but it's called Best disease. I think it was named after the doctor. So for me, it's genetic.
One day, Adeline will lose her vision completely.
Make a line with your head, shoulders, and feet.
So she's preparing with the school's mobility specialist.
Shoulder to shoulder.
The biggest challenge at the beginning was just, getting around the intersections. And, because there's so much going on.
I missed my chance. There we go.
She's a busy teen with places to be.
So I do the hair and makeup for all the school plays. I do hair and makeup for girls in my dorm for prom. Oh gosh, what else do I do? I'm student council president.
Navigating the city is essential.
It for sure makes me feel secure. It makes me feel like somebody's watching me, like it's okay, I got you.
And she says Lupe is a familiar friend.
I guess you could say it's kind of ironic that a visually impaired person would get excited about someone's looks or how, like, putting a face to a voice, you know what I mean? But I think that's really exciting, so.
A friend she's never met.
It'd be cool to ask what he does in his free time.
Until now.
Hello, Adeline.
Hi.
My name's Lupe Alvarado.
Oh my gosh, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Cool to know somebody's got our back.
Absolutely.
It's cool how we've advanced.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Working on various signal operations all day.
How long ago was that the first was installed?
Lupe was also excited to connect with someone on the other side of the activation button.
That was very, very soul-searching on my part to hear that kind of message coming from her, and it was very touching. The walk sign is on across Riverside.
Voiced signals create what Lupe calls equitable access.
making it a positive experience rather than a negative experience.
Which raises quality of life and connects people to opportunity.
Once you get there and you realize, like, no, I could do this. I might have to do this a different way, but I can still do it.
Adeline, now a graduate, says Lupe's voice gave her the confidence.
Of course, there's things that happen in your daily life that you just gotta get used to and you figure out a way for it.
But ultimately, it took believing in herself to move forward in the city and her future.
Okay, go ahead and move along. So we've got two more. Okay, should we call this homeless students?
I haven't met a kid that can learn to his full potential, being tired, hungry, sleepy. They have to get up on a daily basis and through the obstacles that they're facing still want to go ahead and go to school. So none of our kids pay for lunch because of the socioeconomic area that we live in. And our job is not just teaching it, we're the social worker, we're the nurse, we're the parents. We spend more time together here than we do with our own biological families. We are the person that keeps them consistent. Unfortunately, for some of our families, we don't have consistency in some of their homes. We weren't going to have the pobrecito mentality. And that's that, you know, you're going through so many things, you can't make it. Like my mother taught me, there is no excuse on why our kids can't make it. Things we couldn't say in my house is, no sé, no puedo, y no quiero. No sé means I don't know. No puedo is I can't, and no quiero is I don't want to. We had to do homework, and she's like, Mom, mijo, why aren't you doing the homework? And I'd say, I can't. She said, let's rephrase that. You can do it. Let's figure out how to do it together. And with her third grade education, she made that happen. I like to think I'm a little version of her. And me coming from the community, I grew up in the projects. So for me to come back and show my kids and my families, they know that their future is in their hands. And without them and they're having ganas, something internal that our kids have to have, ganas, to want to have a better life, to want to have a better home, to want to have a better place. There's a great deal of pride in our community and coming back to give. We have, I want to say, 6, 7 teachers that actually came from this community, grew up in this school, and actually came back to teach here. As a kid, I was always involved in music. It helped me stay out of trouble. It helped me stay focused. And music changed my life. So I wanted to make sure that I was able to offer arts to my students. We have a lot of programs here, and they're all free of charge. We have a robotics club, our DIY Girls, which is an after-school club that happens here, with Luz Rivas, who's now Assemblywoman, who was here as a student, and she came back to start this organization because of the fact that one of her teachers inspired her to look into engineering. It's important for them to understand that just because they live in a certain zip code or they live in a certain way right now doesn't dictate where they're going to end up in 20 years.
Okay, we have one more. And I'm trying to get an answer on the innovation category. It sounds like William's going to come up and have that discussion with us after we finish our final video. Okay, so should we call this one Captain America?
And I was working very close to New York City, and a lot of Americans who were feeling anxious, angry, natural feelings after a tragedy like that, they projected their insecurities and vulnerabilities onto me. 9/11 was a very difficult period for somebody who looked like me. Within hours, I had people who were giving me nasty looks, called me names, told me to go back home. So I penned an op-ed piece basically telling the story, saying, you know what, we need a superhero who's going to be fighting hate and bias And that superhero is going to be either Asian or Jewish or Hispanic or Sikh. What came to my rescue was an editorial cartoon by a cartoonist named Mark Fury, and he captured my predicament in a cartoon that looked like me. Eventually I told myself, you know, Mark's probably not going to do another cartoon with somebody who looks like me. Maybe I should. So I taught myself how to draw, and I've been creating cartoons since. So Wham Pow, Cartoons Turban and Confronting Hate is an exhibit that partly tells my story, partly shatter people's stereotypes about somebody who has a turban and a beard.
Can you tell that they're a good or a bad human being just by looking at somebody? No, right? You gotta get to know them. You gotta get to know how they act, what they do, right? Because you know that this is who superheroes are. Superheroes are not somebody who just have big muscles and wear a uniform. Superheroes do good things. When I wear my uniform, do I become a superhero? No, you don't become a superhero by wearing a uniform. You have to do things. So let me quickly share with you my Captain America story. So come on by here this way.
So when I first donned the uniform, it was at home. I was really nervous and scared. I mean, I had sweaty palms because I didn't know how people were going to respond. I thought maybe some of them would be offended. They would say things to me. It was a strange day. It was like I had gone into a parallel universe, and suddenly people were perceiving me as one of their own. That does not usually happen in civilian clothes. And what memories do you have of Captain America from your childhood?
Just from having the comic books as a child.
Did you used to read them yourself?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is from Marvel, actually. They released. So donning this fictional superhero's uniform somehow changed people's real life reactions to who I was. How are you? Not as good as me? Thanks.
Yeah.
Seattle folks are pretty cool and chill, so.
Yeah, ideally, yeah.
So they like Captain America and a turban and beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Awesome. Yeah.
That's American too, man. Like, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm alright. I'm walking around enjoying Seattle.
Keeping America safe.
Keeping America safe, yes.
It's important these days.
It is, I know.
It's funny, this morning I was like, you know, I'm gonna have an extraordinary day today. And I think this is it. I think this is what made it.
Awesome.
I love it.
Awesome. I think what I relish the most is the interaction. Come on this side so I don't cover you with my shield. I think that's the part that to me is amazing. Knowing that people just connect to it to the level that they're going to pen me a letter saying, hey, this is wonderful, this is my vision of Captain America.
Okay. All right, so William's going to come up here so we can have a discussion about the...
Looks like he's here.
Oh, great. Excellent. Come on in. All right, so this is William Snyder. He's the chair of the BOP contest. William, do you want to have a seat so they can kind of see you in the live stream if we kind of go into that?
All right.
He's the chair of the Best of Photojournalism contest, which I guess you guys, some of you met last night. You haven't met Gabriella yet. She just drove in this morning.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so we had an entrant enter a video that, it's going to be hard to tell which one it is. A video that's 360 video into the feature category, which it should have been entered in innovation, which is where we have 360 AR, VR, stuff like that. So we were wondering if, as far as if we'd like to move it, and the judges, were you thinking that the fifth entry? Okay. Are you thinking that you would like to move it? Are we deciding that we are not moving entries like that?
I mean, I'm fine with us either moving it or cutting it, but I feel like we need to have a strong reason for why we're doing it. I feel like it's like an administrative error, and I wouldn't want someone to like lose their shot and like lose their entry fee and ever just over putting something in the wrong category. So I'm leaning towards moving it.
I think what's different too is that it's like obviously that it's like a format, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's not just like, oh, like we're splitting hairs, like maybe this is like, you know, I don't know.
Like this is feature, but it's really news.
Yeah,
it's,
yeah, exactly.
It's
But
format.
it's
It's like
it's
if you
really-
accidentally submitted a photo into the video.
Yeah.
category.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
think that's.
And
It
it's
can't be
like-
evaluated on the same.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think it's a feature 360 piece, so I get the confusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just they're not things that you can really compare when it's especially when it's the only one. Like if it was open to sort of all forms of storytelling, that would be one thing. But for it to be the only VR piece in a bunch of click to play video.
When there is like a VR category.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and sort of some of the things that we've talked about ahead of this is the first year for this format, or this entry system. There have been a lot of changes in the online category or division, and so I'd rather err on the side of what is better for the entrance and for the contest, instead of a small thing, as far as I'm concerned, like this. Now, there are things that we have encountered in the stills competition where things have been disqualified because they were entered incorrectly, or they didn't fit properly, or they didn't follow the ethics rules, things of that sort. But things like this, we've been somewhat flexible on, this being the first year. I would say next year or the year after, then perhaps we'd be a little more stringent about it. But I'm willing to give people a little bit of leeway this year, because we want the best work to be up here and to be judged against each other, and I don't want to discourage people, exactly as you said, for essentially a technical glitch.
Yeah.
As opposed to something that was, shall we say, not the proper intent.
Yeah, it's a very different thing than sort of trying to or intentionally submitting something in a category to try and game it in some way. This is just clearly like a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you folks feel comfortable moving it, then I think it should be moved. I want to give the division chair and then you as judges the leeway to make these kinds of decisions, because this stuff is important. These are your colleagues out in the industry. You want to be treated a certain way, and I think it's always good to give people a benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I
Great.
think we're all in agreement.
Great.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Mark about moving it, and we'll get it. We're judging the innovation category tomorrow, so it will be judged along with the other 360 video.
Great. Awesome.
Okay. Perfect.
Cool.
Okay.
Should we chat about the other 7?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
And thank you for the T-shirts. They were a big hit.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice.
There you go.
Okay. Great.
Cool. So
They're just working on
there were 2 that I felt really strongly about in a positive way, and a couple that I felt really strongly about in like a negative way. I'm curious, like, where should we start? Should we start with stuff that we really love, or stuff that we feel should be maybe moved out?
I think maybe it's stuff that should be moved out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
The process of elimination.
Yeah, I was not that into both the South Park video and the Carfire video.
Yeah.
South Park for me felt like a great opportunity for community storytelling, but I felt like it was a lot of, we heard about why all these things were being done for these kids and heard very little from the kids themselves.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to hear more of their voices. I felt like some of the structure and the graphics were a bit confusing. Like, it felt like there was a wealth of stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was maybe, I don't know if that was executed in a day, like if that was in a 24-hour story, I'd be viewing it totally different, because I think that's it. Like, it looked like something that was done in a day or two. And I mean that positively, like they pulled off a lot in that time period, but it just felt like we didn't quite get at the heart of that story.
Yeah, I feel like the cinematography and audio were really good.
Yeah, they were.
But that, I think they tried to tie too much together. Like,
Mhm.
even the story of the young boy that was killed. Like, we never really got more about his story. It sort of felt like...
It felt a bit shoehorned in.
Yeah.
And I think I would have felt differently about that, maybe were the story structured where we started with the young woman that we heard from and heard about her concerns first and her reasons for getting involved. But I just felt like, especially compared to some of the other stories, that we didn't get very close to the main characters, and that I didn't really feel like they had agency.
Yeah, I feel like it really, that it should have been flipped, that the kids really should have been the protagonists, not really the organization.
Yeah.
Or the lady who was leading the program.
And I think we all sort of understand how that happens. Like, we've all been in situations where we've gotten a story like that and the way in is through the organization, and it can be hard to get kids to open up, especially in a short period of time. So I don't think it's like, clearly the journalist knows what they're doing. I think it's probably more of a function of, you know, how the story came together. How do we feel about the car fire one? That was the other one I was not.
I felt like that was another really missed opportunity because I was actually really interested in the relationship of the two men. Like, you don't really see, like...
Did they know? I couldn't tell if they knew each other.
Well, at the end it said, like, we were going to have to lean on each other, and we are. And so, like, I wanted more about that relationship and, like, their interactions.
We never saw them on screen together, right?
No, there was, like, not even the interview. And it was, I thought the overhead shots were really powerful.
Yeah.
But it was so interview driven.
I was honestly confused as to why we were hearing from both of them instead of just one of them. I think if the journalist had narrowed their focus a little bit, we would have had a more cohesive story.
I mean, even just in the editing, they could have like interwoven the story better.
Yeah.
Because it's just like two separate.
And structurally,
like cut to first guy, cut to the next guy, and it's just there's a lack of relationship.
Yeah. And structure too. We jumped back and forth in time in it a lot, and I didn't, for something that I think this is also a bit colored by the fact that we've probably seen, all of us, a lot of strong car fire coverage. And it's a very emotional story, and this didn't have a lot of emotional resonance for me. For something that I had high hopes for in the beginning when the first man started to get very emotional, but then the rest of it felt very clinical.
I think it's just hard because is a story it's all just recounting something in the past.
Yeah.
It's always a challenge.
And covering a natural disaster is also really difficult. I mean, I've been in that situation, and it's hard to get people to open up. It's hard to find everything. You weren't there for the moment that it happened.
Was there any verite footage that wasn't overhead shots or archival? Like, we never went into their individual.
Only him showing us how the hose worked, which also felt like it didn't really fit in thematically.
That felt random.
We were in their driveways for both of them. We didn't really go home with them. I didn't really get a sense of that.
There wasn't a lot of intimacy.
So I think all three of us are good on moving those out.
Okay.
I'd also like to say that I wasn't very into the homeless student one.
Yep. There were a handful of stories here that I felt like would have been 50% stronger had the journalist captured more wild sound. And that was one of them. It was just wall to wall interview. And
there was actually no ambient sound.
There was no ambient sound, and in a couple other stories there was no ambient.
And there was just like one music track. Like this,
but
dappling.
Also, I mean, I think that journalist clearly is a strong camera operator, but maybe should think a little more carefully about their editing, because not only was it just the interview audio, there was no room to breathe in it. It was talking for straight
it felt
through.
like a sprint.
And by the end of it, I didn't know what the story was still. But very, very strongly filmed.
Well, and I think it's like it's sort of similar to the South Park. I think that they tend to come across more as nonprofit or organizational videos and less about the story within those organizations.
Yeah, I wrote that it felt like I know it wasn't. It felt a little bit like an ad.
Yeah.
For the school.
Exactly.
Yeah. And yeah, we didn't really get to understand the students.
No.
Yeah. So one that I'm really on the fence about is the voice signals, because there were parts of it that I thought were really strong. I thought that the editing tended a little bit more towards broadcast format editing, but I thought it was really strong broadcast style editing. It lacked a lot of ambient sound. Some of the filming decisions were like some funky angles, funky lenses.
I thought I had a lot of ambient.
The beginning had really strong ambient net sound.
I know this
I
is
don't know.
crazy.
I'm on the fence.
I still don't understand. Is he live doing it? Like when he
No.
was there with the speaker, what was he doing?
I think he was I think he was just meeting people. I think he's pre-recorded.
Okay, that's what I imagined,
Yeah.
but that actually threw me off a little
Yeah.
bit. I was confused.
I was confused about why they met, and did the journalist have a hand in constructing that meeting?
That's like were they brought together?
Like it felt like, and I think if they had clearly said, like, we decided for these two to meet, I'd be okay with it, but not knowing feels a little off.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was felt pretty
But
obvious that they're brought together.
Yeah.
I felt like both individuals, though, had really interesting stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, they found good characters.
It was a good community story, for sure.
I mean, like you were saying, I thought the pace of the intro was good and
Yeah.
creative, and
Yeah.
I definitely had to like step out of my like I had to like make a conscious decision to not judge it because it felt broadcasty.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that style or anything. It's just a departure a bit from the rest of what we're looking at, which is
Exactly.
more mini doc style. Yeah. I think I really wanted to hear more from them and less of it driven by VO, which is interesting because a couple of the other stories I made notes that I wanted more VO to help clarify things, but this I felt a little bit like, not as I did in some of the other stories, but I felt a little bit like the agency was taken away from the characters by having the voice of God, like explaining everything and tying things together, when I would have loved to see them tell us more of their own story.
I don't even know if it really needed it, in reality.
The voice?
Yeah. I think you could have just understood that, just the way that they edited the intro. I think it was pretty understood without.
And they had a wealth of quality interview too.
Yeah.
So they were not lacking for good sound on tape there. Yeah. Well, the other one I was on the fence about.
We're getting to about an hour, so we need to start like
to move.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Prom Queen Duma?
I really loved the cinematography. I think it was my favorite cinematography of all the entrants. But
Really?
it was like, I felt more of a profile than a story arc.
Yeah, it was flat to me.
Yeah.
And I also felt like stuck in the same. Maybe there's just a lot of red.
Yeah.
But I feel like we were stuck in that first scene for a really long time.
Yeah, we were.
It's very explanatory.
It's tough because it's a story where I love the character and I love that band and I kind of want to get their album.
Right.
Yeah.
But the story I almost felt like is being propped up by how good that main character is.
Yeah, and also like the quirkiness of the visuals. Like I wrote down, like she sort of like touches upon in her music like things that are happening, like how the civil rights movement's not over, identity, like these really big things, but I never quite get her place in it. Like I almost would have rather they picked one song for her to give us like a personal anecdote about, because it just felt like, oh, here's like my 5 tracks, and like I got a very good overview of the band, but I didn't get to know about her as intimately.
Like I would love to see that cinematographer do a music video with them, because I feel like it would be beautiful and lovely. But as a story, it wasn't the strongest.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wanted to hear her sing, because we didn't really just enjoy her singing until the end.
yeah,
That's a good point. I didn't think about
Like
that.
we didn't.
they relied a lot on the production sound.
Yeah.
And I would have also kind of loved to just hear her voice, like in the interview, have her sing a bar or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think my personal favorite was Prom.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Prom and Captain America were my favorites. But I think I think Prom edges it out for me.
Yeah.
Because it was such a great community story.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell it really mattered to the journalists. You could tell it really mattered to the family that they were documenting. You could tell it mattered to the school. And I think journalism that does that matters to a group of people, no matter how small it is really important.
It was the only one too I was surprised by, like the intro.
Yeah.
Like when he's like, "Oh, I'm bringing my grandmother." It was the only one that I didn't like quite see that coming, which was actually really refreshing.
Yeah.
And it was definitely the most personal.
Yeah. And then the access was excellent.
And the cinematography was good.
Yeah, the cinematography, there were some really challenging things to film there.
Yeah.
And they handled it really well. I think also, this and Captain America were the ones where I really felt the main character had the most agency in the telling of their story.
Yeah.
And I felt like we were getting that. And yeah.
Yeah, I liked Captain America. I once again wanted like I wanted more about his experience. Like I think we get like the sense of how he was discriminated against, but I wanted like a couple more stories like about that. Like more of a personal like what like happened instead of just sort of more broad stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I thought like, I mean, it was visually really interesting to see him going around, and I didn't love the ending with the.
It was a little flat.
Yeah, with him just like standing there with the piano player. I sort of get, like maybe it was the contrast they were going for, but I sort of wanted it to be about him at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, his story was so interesting, and I love what he's doing.
I think one thing that really stood out to me about both of those stories is that this is the type of thing that I had come across a lot, like working at papers that have like a strong local like readership, and you always have an editor being like, oh, this video clip went viral, like can we do a story about this, or like everyone's talking about that guy in the Captain America uniform, can you go do it? And it's really easy as a journalist to be like, man, this is just not super interesting, and like sort of talk yourself out of it. And I feel like the journalists for both of these went in with a really open mind and like took something and really did it justice that could have been like a one-day turnaround, like tiny little video that didn't have the same emotional impact that these did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready to
So
score?
what do we do? How many places are there?
There are as many places as you want them to be. So some of the categories, I'm trying to speak into the mic, some of the categories only have a few entries. This one has about in the middle range of the entries that we have. So on the smaller categories, we can decide to give 1 award, give 2 awards, or whatever. But we can give as many places as you like, and I will be storing them in the computer as we go along. So as far as which of these stories do you think deserve a place?
It sounds like we're in agreement about what number 1 and number 2 should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing that by your discussion that Prom is going to be number 1?
That's what I would vote for.
That's what I would vote for.
Okay, and then Captain America is number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're
Would
really
you like to
between-
would you like to do a 3rd place?
I think for me, it's, do we want to choose one of these for third place, or do they both merit like an honorable mention, or do we just do first and second?
What are we discussing? Prom Queen, Doom Wop?
Yeah,
And
do
voice
Doom
signals?
Wop and voice signals.
Prom Queen, Doom Wop did not score high with me.
Yeah. So, I liked the cinematography of it, but I don't feel so strongly that I would say it needs a certain recognition. How do you feel?
It's hard because broadcast format really threw me off.
Yeah.
But I do think voice signals was a better story.
Oh, for sure. There was more of an arc there.
And for it having that structure, I think they did a really good job
Yeah.
of capturing it.
Yeah. Do you think we should do number 3?
Does it matter that their meeting was like
constructed?
Yeah. Because everything else in this category,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
And I mean, like you said, like it wasn't really acknowledged, but I feel pretty strongly that it was.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my personal barometer on these things is that if it's clear to the audience without you saying it, then it's fine. I would have liked this to be like even clearer, but I do feel like we all understood that they were being set up to meet. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of an odd thing with video in general, though, right? Because by the nature of us going and documenting someone, like like for instance, Captain America, with a camera following him around Pike Place, right? Like people are reacting to him differently because a camera's there, but is that constructed? Like they're acting genuinely. They just also know that a camera's there. So
it's true.
Could we do an honorable mention instead of a third place?
I like that.
I feel good about that.
Yeah, I feel like it needs some recognition because the journalists on that clearly worked very hard.
Okay, which one's getting an honorable mention?
Voice signals.
Voice signals. Okay, so to be fair for voice signals, just so I can kind of have a record of it, the reason why you're giving it an honorable mention over a third place, can you just articulate that one more time? Is it the fact that it might be set up, or?
I think it's just that could have been a little bit clearer, and that the format, the editing structure format was a bit sideways from the rest of the entries.
It was more of a broadcast style.
It was a bit more broadcast style, and it had some production flaws, I guess, for lack of a gentler word. But there was nothing about it like glaring.
But it had a strong story structure.
It was a good story.
It was a good story. It was well reported.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was.
There's a good connection too.
And it was again something that like I don't know. I think NPPA does a really good job of celebrating community stories, and this is something that if I lived in Austin, I would really want to know that story. It's really fascinating, and it clearly matters to all the people involved.
Great.
Cool.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Took us a little over an hour. You guys are going to be doing, why don't you take a little break, and then when you come back, you're going to be doing judging of large team feature. So this is small team feature. So you're going to be doing large team feature. There's only 4 entries, which we'll present that on the live stream later. But you're going to go ahead and break out your laptops and work on those individually. So
in here.
Okay, so we're back, and we've got a new group of judges in here right now. We've got Jaime Acefa, we've got Josh Davis, and Bethany Molenkov, and we are going to be judging the video storytelling, the feature category on the individual team size. So if one of you guys could make the comment on YouTube, we're going to be doing video feature individual. If you don't mind doing that, that would be great. We had our 3 judges today kind of pre-screen the entries on their laptops. So each entry has already been watched by at least 2 judges, and we're coming together now to kind of start going through together as a group and kind of start having these discussions. So we may not watch things all the way through. So just a note for our viewers, if you're actually watching, and if you have any questions, you can always comment on the YouTube page. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Where would you guys like to start?
I think the top is fine. Yeah.
Do you want to start at the top?
Back up to the top, right? Oh, yeah. You didn't get to.
I didn't get to the very top, but we could start at the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any particular ones that you definitely want to go through, or do you want to just go through, just kind of do a snippet of each one? Do you want to do a snippet of each one?
Well,
Or
do you
for
want
the
to do the ones that you vote, like that you have yeses to at the top? To just
I do.
kinda
I just
keep
don't know what
moving?
their number is.
That's okay. We will. We can just do it as we go along. You can just tell me which one is a yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And you already watched these as well, Jaime? The ones at the top?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So maybe we can just say, if we're both yeses, then we'll watch.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for our folks watching, we've already 2 of our judges have already watched all of these at the top. So we're just gonna watch the ones that they are a yes to, all the way through. Okay, so this one is Zane Campbell's family has been making music for generations, from a great uncle who played the fiddle in the Red Fox Chasers to his aunt, the renowned musician Olabella Reed. Was this one a yes for you?
Can you scroll down just so I can see the thumbnail? And then I can.
Do we have a thumbnail? Yeah.
This is a no for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's.
So we're going to go ahead and move this into no, do not move this application forward. Okay, so the next one, we have what looks like, so I'm reading the entry description, a homeless barbershop story. We're looking at the thumbnail here. Is this a yes for either of you?
It was a no for me. It was a no for me.
No for you? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move along. We have quite a few entries in this category, so we don't have time to watch them all the way through like we did with the previous category. Okay. Here's one about a University of Washington doctoral candidate. Here's the thumbnail for you. Oh, it's just the Olympics.
This was a yes for me.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this. So
Okay, great. Let's go. We're going to watch this one all the way through. So I'm. A title. We'll call it Climate Music. And it's 3898. Okay.
We're changing the planet at a systematic level, at a planetary scale. Carbon dioxide is rising. That could sound like it's going up. If we want those numbers to be audible, what if we listen to each note? My name is Judy Tweet, and I am a climate data sound artist and a doctoral candidate at the University of Washington. I sonify data and make it audible so that you can listen to it. I started with this really iconic climate record, the Keeling curve, which shows the concentration of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere since the 1950s. Each note corresponds to 1 month of data, and it does go up and down a little bit every year. The CO2 gets very high and screechy at the end, and that's because the concentration of CO2 is higher in the atmosphere than it's been in the last 800,000 years. that data set does show something that's alarming. I wanted the sound to be alarming. Music can stick in our memories in different ways, and it can be even more durable in our memories. So that was part of the motivation for me too, was to think, how can we make these data sets actually, sticky in people's memories, and how can we make them memorable and almost iconic? Because they're iconic in the scientific community, but not necessarily outside of our field. The Arctic Sea Ice 2018, which is a piece for piano, comes from the satellite record of sea ice from 1979 to about 2016. There's one note, music note for each month, and the right hand plays that note. So it starts kind of high because in the late 70s there's a lot more sea ice than there is now, and then the right hand kind of goes up and down month to month, but over time it's going further and further down, and it ends in the low register of the piano. But at the same time, the left hand plays the seasonal cycle, so you're both hearing how the ice is changing over time, but also you see it represented through the gestures of the hands of the pianist. And it's actually not just our ears, but we listen with our whole body. As a scientist, we can do our best to make predictions about how the system will change, but the biggest uncertainties we have is what we do. We can't predict how humans will respond to this information. And that's actually a hopeful thing, right? It means that we have a lot of choice in what future we get, and that depends on how we respond and how we act.
Okay, so with the last group, we talked about them at the very end. So would you like to say anything, or would you like to just go ahead and move along? We can mark this to be considered and talk about it later.
Okay, that
Yeah,
works.
let's
Okay.
consider it.
Okay, so this is the Northern Lights Chamber Music Institute in Minnesota. This is, hold on. This is the, this scroll is really difficult.
Oh, this is a no for me.
No for you? Jaime, did you watch this one?
I actually didn't get to see this one.
Okay. I think we should go ahead and watch at least part of it, and just let me know if you want to cut it off at any time. Sorry. Oh.
Music is about harmony. I guess sounds very soupy. In many places I go on vacations, state parks, and I see great mountains, great lakes. It touches in such a way that you never can experience otherwise.
This place centers me. It's the faculty, it's the people, it's my peers, and it's the environment. Being able to go to the lake, being able to spend my time outside of my instrument is really important. When you're in practice rooms all winter, playing 6 or 7 hours a day, and you're just in a dark, literal cube, there's a point where you stop learning.
I feel a lot of musicians' ailment is due to wrong approach to the music.
I'm used to kind of, closeting myself in a tiny room with just me and the music. You're not just playing to a blank wall, you're playing to nature, and everything around you is it's beautiful.
It's the natural movement which makes natural music. Then there's less burden on the body. And that one learns what's in between and inside of the notes. That oxygen they inhaled from nature will apply to the inhaling the music. I feel very lucky that I have the young people who come to us to spend time together like this. I remember Mr. Krasner when he was like 90 or so said, you know, how can I repay you for all you've done, all the things you taught me? My mentor taught me all that, and I gave it to you, and you give it to your next generation. Underneath is that's what it's my drive. So till I keel over, I just give what I have. I'm hooked.
Would we like to keep this in based on the
I
other
would
work
talk
that
about
you've
this
seen?
one.
Would like to talk about it? Sure.
I mean, for later.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah,
So we'll
well,
keep it in.
I would consider it.
Okay.
But
Okay. Shall we? What should we call it? Chamber music, or
violins.
how about young musicians?
Sure.
0052. Got it. Okay, our next entry is Fawn Batten is a survivor of domestic violence and used to sleep in a tent. Now she builds relationships with people on the street. Do we have any thoughts on whether we'd like to watch this one? Did you, how many people watched this one already? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you feel strongly about it, but I think we can keep going.
Yeah, I agree. I was back and forth in this one, but
Okay, so we'll drop it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we drop it out now, and if we
No problem. Yeah, just keep it in your notes if you'd
Yeah,
like to
'cause
bring it back
sometimes
for
we-
later. Okay.
You should be I haven't seen it yet, so.
Okay. Austin Justin is 5 years old and learning to walk for the first time in his life. He was born with hip dysplasia and club feet. This was a story done for the Columbian. Here's the thumbnail. How many of y'all have watched this one? So Jaime and Bethany. Is this something that you would like to
I think we should watch a part of it.
watch part of
now.
it?
Yeah. Just
I think we
as a
should watch the
refresher,
first like minute.
Okay.
It's kind of long.
You got it. Oh, sorry, this is the
Just 'cause
thumbnail.
I think in comparison to some of the other ones, we'll probably
Okay.
want to watch it.
You got it.
Oh yeah, that
Some of
happened to
them
me
do
too.
that.
I had to download to watch it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. But then you have it.
You just take it home with you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Our viewers on YouTube. Let's see what's in this downloads folder. Oh, it's just that. Okay.
When we first got told he wasn't going to be able to walk, like, it was really upsetting, and then he just was like, no. He definitely does not let anything stop him. He's so independent, and just once he knows something, gets something in his head, he goes. Austin doesn't have hip muscle or calf muscle. He has hip dysplasia, and he had club feet when he was born. Unfortunately, it's an unknown muscle myopathy, so it just goes down the line of our family. When I was born, my hips or my legs were like literally just hanging by their tendons, and his were completely like twisted backwards and everything. He had surgery at 6 months old, was his first one, to correct his club feet, and then he wore braces ever since then. Prior to the surgery, Austin would crawl or scoot, kind of how apes crawl on their hands and feet. He literally has his fist clenched, and then he just walks on his tippy toes and bends down.
Okay, Mom, I'm on your team.
Austin's third surgery was on October 10th, 2017. His legs were only bent to like 70 degrees, and then they got him all the way straight to 10 degrees. And November 27th was the first day he ever took steps of his life.
I never give up. Well, I don't want you to give up. That's what I don't do every day. Right. I never get up. I never give up. I can do it.
You can. We're going to go ahead and move on. Okay, is this something that y'all would like to move forward? Should we drop it out? Based on the other entries that you've watched.
I'd say let's keep it in. I saw some.
Keep it in?
Some scenes and a little bit of, a little further in the piece. So let's keep it in for now.
Yeah, keep it in for now. We can return to it. Okay. We're going to call it Austin Justin. How about that? Or a determined stand?
Yeah.
Determined stand.
Yeah.
Okay, 0235. Okay, all right. Okay, a gunshot took Martell Crawford's sight. It will not take his passion for family and food. This is the thumbnail. Who all's watched this? Okay, so Jaime and Bethany, is this something that we should consider together?
Yeah. I think
Yes?
so, yeah.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and play it all the way through?
I think we could do that. Should we watch it? Should we?
We should
Yeah.
watch it.
Everything I see is just pitch black. It's always night for me. It's not even night. It's kind of like I'm just surrounded by darkness. It's like everything I can picture it, like the birds. I picture how the sun look, mostly from memory. I see the world a lot differently now because I appreciate the small things, the little things in life. Okay. Table 31. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 22. Okay. 1, 2, 3. This is 11. And then this is 12. And my point of service would be right here.
Martel, you got all your tables?
Yes, I was just doing my routes. Table 31, right?
31, exactly.
I don't think they ever had a blind student that wanted to go through a culinary arts program. At first, I believe they thought I would hurt myself or hurt someone else. I lost my sense of smell with my eyesight, so I just go off the sound and the feel of it, and plus tasting it after I'm done, tasting everything. All right, there we go. You hear how it's going now? You can hear it right now, huh? I want to open a restaurant. I want to be able to serve the whole entire family. So the chef oath is spread the love. So you gotta cook with love to spread the love. I used to call it my hot hand. And I haven't did it in a long time, but I want to finish it and change it up a little bit. Let's say, who needs luck when you're blessed? Like, you know, finish it off with words like, who needs luck when you're blessed? When I got shot, I was angry for a while, but I learned to forgive the people that did it to me. Even though I didn't know who did it, but I know that it wasn't really meant for me. But I was the only one that got shot because I was the tallest one in the car, and I was shot in my head. They told me the bullet was as long as my pinky finger. It actually came in my right eyebrow. It stayed in my head. It bounced around in my head, and then it stopped in the back of my, on the left side, right where the vision box is located. And my best friend rushed me to the hospital after, I kind of died in the car. He started beating on my chest. I was surprised that I survived that type of wound. But my mom always told me I had a hard head, so.
His son is his willpower. His son is his reason to not give up. If he didn't have his son, I don't think he'd be here.
How do they feel? Do they feel dry?
They're wet. They're more wet.
Still wet?
Yeah.
Okay.
All he knows is a blind father. And never once has he said to me or his dad that he would rather have a father that could see. Our son has sickle cell disease, so he needs a reason to fight and stay strong and be here as well. So when he gets sick, he wants his dad. They lean on each other in their bad days, and on their good days, they're having fun together. It's amazing that Big Mortel could go through so much and still smile. And it's amazing that Little Mortel could have so much love for someone who can't even see him.
I want to set an example for him to let him know that, no matter what obstacles or problems you may face in life, anything is possible when you put your mind to it. A lot of people might say that my life was over after I lost my eyesight, but I think it just began. I actually think I became a better man when I went blind. I'm more humble. I'm back in school, almost finished with school now, so I feel like the hard work is really paying off. I got a dream to move somewhere where it's more peaceful, where it's not too many worldly sounds. Even just going out, just being able to hear the birds chirp, being able to hear the rain fall.
Would you like to move this video story forward based on the other entries that you've watched?
Yeah, let's move it forward. Let's consider it.
Should we call it Blind Chef?
Blind Chef.
Okay. Okay. Bernie Dalton, a 48-year-old single dad, dreamed of being a singer-songwriter, but shortly after starting voice lessons, he mysteriously lost his voice. Faced with a fight for his life, he decided to fulfill a lifelong dream of making a music album to leave behind for his daughter. How many of y'all have watched this? Bethany's watched it?
I watched part of it. I only got to see the open.
Okay. So shall we watch it all the way through? We'll start it and then
I did see
just
the-
okay.
You saw it?
I saw the open.
You saw it?
I watched the. Yeah, I didn't.
Are you on the fence or?
No, I'm not. I don't.
Yeah, I think we could move on.
Move on?
Yeah.
You got it. Okay, so 2 of you watched it and you watched part of it, Jaime? Okay, great. So I feel good about that. Okay, we're going to go ahead and leave this one behind in the interest of time. Okay. Seattle musician Whitney Monjay began her career by busking at the Pike Place Market after leaving Spokane. How many of y'all have watched this one?
I watched this one.
Okay, so everybody's watched this one? Great. Would you like to move this forward?
No.
No?
We can move on.
Okay. All right. Angela Rose Durantis, owner of Steppin' Out Dance Studio, was teaching a class for young children when she noticed a student's younger sister dancing along on the sidelines. How many of y'all have watched this one?
I watched it.
Okay. Josh, you did?
Yeah. I'm just trying to
Okay.
get my. Okay.
Do you want to see the thumbnail?
Oh yeah. Okay. You watched it?
Yeah.
I'm on the fence.
You watch the open?
Yeah, we can.
I only
start
watched
watching.
the first minute.
Okay. Shall we watch it and then just signal to me if you'd like to
Yeah.
stop? Got it. Great.
When I'm sick, I feel alive and well, and I'm expressing myself. I just want to show the world who I really am.
The first time I met Olivia was during Olivia's big sister's class. Her sister Hannah was taking dance class with me, and I noticed Olivia dancing off on the side of the class in her big sister's shoes. I think it was obvious to both Olivia's mom and myself that Olivia really wanted to dance.
When I got to the age of 3, they started another dance group, and that's when I first started dancing.
She'd always dance in a class with other students her same age, and then Olivia said, I have some friends that want to join, and so this special needs class, we now call it Danceability, it just kind of evolved.
I love it because it's who I am, and I'm really inspired by dancing because it's so much fun.
When I decided to start the new generation of Danceability dancers, I wanted to give them a role model that they could look up to. Olivia is such a great positive role model that it's awesome to have a teacher that is like you. I'm so proud of her, and she's just really made a life for herself. She knows what she wants. She's not going to let anything get in her way of how she wants to live her life or follow her dreams.
Just be yourself. Let's follow your heart and dream big.
Okay, just an update from the other group. They are getting almost to the end of feature large team. And so when they're finished, they're going to go ahead and come on up here, and we'll all break for lunch at that point as soon as they're done. So we'll just go ahead and keep cruising until they come in here, and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay.
So based on what you've seen here and the other entries, is this something that you would like to move forward to consider?
For what I'm looking for, no.
No. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll move on.
Okay. If you go to the SPCA of Wake County on a weekend, longtime volunteer Jerry Kroll, 85, will ask you to greet a Jerry dog, as the staff now affectionately calls them. He brings hard-to-adopt dogs out to the lobby to help them perk up and hopefully find a home. All right. Who else watched this one?
I watched it.
I watched most of it.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the dog auction.
The dog matchmaker thing.
Oh,
There's 2 of them.
there's 2. Okay.
Okay, we have a dog auction
watch
and a
the
dog
other?
matchmaker.
Do you like it?
Okay, we'll move on.
Okay.
I think
So
we can leave it out.
okay, so our judges, two out of 3 have watched it, and we've decided to go ahead and move along based on the quality of the other entries in the pool. Okay. Dreamwalk is a body-positive fashion show held in Philadelphia. The runway features 60 models from across the country and beyond, representing a diverse, realistic, and inclusive view of beauty. Okay. Here's our thumbnail here. Who else watched this one?
I watched it.
Yep. You did too? No? Okay. Based on, so we've got 2 judges who have already watched it. Based on that, is this something that we should include and move forward?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move along. Okay. How many people can say they've paddled in a dragon boat? Dragon boat teams race to the finish in a 500-meter sprint for the On Prospect Lake in Memorial Park with Colorado Springs. Okay. Who else watched Dragon Boat Racing?
I did.
Josh?
I watched the first.
You watched part of it? Okay. Is it something that we should watch a small bit of? Should we watch more of it? Should we go ahead and move along based on what you've seen?
Move along.
Move along? Okay. So go to next. All right, cruising along. I think I broke it. Spinning ball of death. All right. All right, so we've got a gymnastics story. Here is our thumbnail. How many folks have watched this one? Okay, Josh, Bethany, Jaime did not. Based on the other entries, is this something that we should elevate and move forward?
I would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bethany?
We can
yeah?
watch it.
Let's go ahead and watch it.
Have you seen it?
I watched the first bit.
Yeah.
Okay. If at any point you feel like you want to move along, just motion to me and we'll move along. But I'll go ahead and play it all the way through unless I hear otherwise.
I've always had girls ask me, you know, why can't we do the rings? Why can't we do the parallel bars? My answer to them was always, you know, that's a good question and you should keep asking that. And I wasn't really satisfied with that answer because I am a non-binary person and I know how much gymnastics meant for me in terms of my confidence, in terms of my love for my body, and just how I identified in the world. I realized that I was actually in a position of power to answer those questions these kids have been asking me, and so I proposed it. When kids come into the class, I ask them what their pronouns are without assuming, and you know, I make sure they know that they can change their mind at any time. Some of the biggest problems that we have with power dynamics and in gender comes from believing in this binary. That's just not reality. I hope this program gives kids more freedom to express their gender and a better understanding of how dynamic and complicated that gender can be, and it gives them a better sense of who they are in the context of the rest of the world. I also hope that kids who are struggling with gender or feeling like they're not fitting into any type of gender and might be struggling with their bodies, that it might be life-saving for them to have a place to be physically active and learn how to love their bodies.
Okay, based on what you've seen, is this something that you want to move forward and include in the discussion?
For me, it's a no.
Josh?
The first time I watched it, I thought yes. The second time seeing it, I don't know if it's gonna make it.
I think we should just say yes, because I think that's one that we can talk about.
Yeah,
if we're looking
yeah.
through this.
Great.
There's enough to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay. How about inclusive gymnastics? How's that for a title?
That works.
Sure.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on right along. You guys getting hungry?
I didn't think you'd risk it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Stephen Locke, a soloist at Pacific Northwest Ballet, was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder at age 13. Is this something that you all watched? Here's the thumbnail. You have not? Heidi?
I've not seen this one.
Not seen
You
it?
have not. I saw it on the fence with it, so maybe we should see some of it.
Great. Just flag me if you would like me to stop.
Obsessions are things that your brain can't take their attention off of. It's like an image or a sound or a thought gets stuck in the front of your brain and can't pass through. A lot of people are like, oh, it must have been extra hard to have OCD and dance, when for me, dance was an escape. I would be able to express the torment and the struggle that I was going through internally without words. I think dance has saved my life. I like to say I've been dancing since I was born. My mom would tell me that even just as a baby, like 1 year old, 2 years old, like I would twirl around and just be moving, and anytime music came on, I would just light up. When I was 11, 12, like 5th, 6th grade, I actually had anorexia. The anorexia went away after a year and a half, and then when I was 13, that's when the actual OCD hit really hard. I had sexual intrusive thoughts. I couldn't not take my focus off my breathing or my heartbeat or people blinking, walking somewhere, touching something, writing a certain letter. It's just something that I'm still working on because it never goes away. There's not a cure for it now, and I've just been managing it, and I keep getting better and better. I choreographed a piece about my OCD, about my struggle. There's this chain around my neck that is weighing me down, that I can't shake, that is trapping me and torturing me. It's made me a lot stronger of a person because at my worst, I had no peace, like literally walked through hell in my brain. Being able to draw from that and to be able to connect to a lot more people as I dance and have more compassion and empathy, I think that's one of the biggest things that is translated for me as an artist. Because when you have to deal with something like that, you really have to dig very, very deep. And I want to be able to make people feel something in the audience.
Okay, based on what you've seen, is this something that you would like to move forward, or is it something that you'd like to drop out?
I'm on the fence. We can keep it in just to have an option if you guys agree, or not. What do you think?
Well, I like the beginning.
I'm very on the fence.
Me too.
It sounds like it's something that we should keep in then.
Let's consider
You're
it.
all, you're all on the fence. Okay, I'm gonna call it OCD Ballet.
Okay.
And 9101. Okay. Mother shows what it's like to raise her baby in prison. How many of y'all have watched this?
I watched it.
Okay. Is it something that we should watch all the way through, Josh?
No one
I
else has
haven't
seen
seen
it? Oh, we should watch it, for sure.
Oh, this one downloaded as well. Okay.
Good morning, little Olivia, how are you? Good morning, little Olivia, how are you? Good morning, little Olivia. Good morning, little Olivia. Good morning, little Olivia, how are you? Come on, mama. It'll be a year that I've been in prison. I've been stealing from the malls since I was like 15, and just so happened it caught up with me. I stole all the clothes so I can get money to provide for the other kids. I have other children. I got her in August of last year while I was pregnant. And I just prayed like, if I could just make it to 37 weeks. Just 37 weeks. She was 5 pounds, 8 ounces, and 37 weeks is that.
We're in Central Illinois. It's the Moms and Babies program at Decatur Correctional Center. We were established around 2007. We currently have 6 moms and 6 babies. From the outside, it doesn't look like a prison. It was an old mental health institution years ago. There are no bars at Decatur. The offenders on this unit are screened to make sure they don't have any violent crimes. They're all low security. They have to be within 2 years of release. It's important because it teaches the mom to bond with the child, and we have found that children and mothers who stay together have less reincarceration rates.
It's still morning. It's still morning. All right, little lady. You on the swing, mama? You on the swing? I picked her a flower for her. Just to get up in the morning and to be able to be with her, to hold her, kiss her, change her diaper, to feed her, just everything. I'm just blessed to be here because I get to stay here with my baby and raise her better and become a better mom to my other children and to better myself. I'm just so happy that you're here, little lady.
Okay. Based on what you've seen, is this something that you'd like to keep in, or would you like to drop it out?
I would keep it.
In?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Great.
I'm going to call it Prison Nursery. Nine two five three. Okay. The baby is amazingly adorable.
Yeah, so cute.
I think that's something we can all be objective about.
Right.
Yeah.
No problem with that. Marco Rinaldi, 4, was born without muscles in his arms due to an unexplained event that happened in utero. All right. Who else watched this one? Let's see here.
I've watched it.
Josh?
Yeah.
Maybe we should start it.
Yeah.
Since Bethany and I
Okay.
have one with it.
Which, this one is called?
What's it called?
Okay.
It looks like it's called Marco.
Yeah.
It's just a remarkable thing to tell somebody that he has no muscles in his arms, but that he uses his arms. I think that in and of itself kind of speaks to how incredible he is. You know, you use what you got, and he does have arms. He just uses them in a different way. The pregnancy was fine, and there was nothing that came up on ultrasound that would have indicated that anything was amiss, and had a perfectly normal pregnancy. I was never sick. I never had any issues that sent me to the emergency room. Very normal. Breathed a real sigh of relief, especially toward the end, because I was advanced maternal age, so I had to go in for non-stress tests. And he was moving fine.
First thing I remember recognizing was he was fine, but usually when a baby's born, their arms are flexed, they're pretty tight. And his were very flaccid and clearly weren't moving. And at first I noticed one arm, then I noticed the other arm. And so I think pretty much within the first minute or so, I realized that there was something going on at that point.
We looked at what the cause of the lack of muscle was, and they determined that at some point in utero, something happened, an event, and that event is still unknown. And it prevented him from developing motor neurons. It was a very specific spot on his upper spine that correlated with his upper extremities, and he did not produce motor neurons through that correlating part. Sensory neurons were intact, but because he didn't develop those motor neurons.
Okay, based on Judge's feedback, we're going to go ahead and move on. Is this something that you'd like to keep in to consider or drop out?
I could move on.
Yeah? Okay. We're going to go ahead and move along. All right. Terry Lee King finds peace and acceptance at the St. Paul's Lutheran Church in Teaneck, New Jersey. All right. Who all's watched this one?
I did.
Yeah.
Everybody's seen it? Great. Okay. Is this something that we'd like to keep in? We have a no from all three judges, so we're going to go ahead and move along. Okay, Indigo Monet is a yoga teacher who saw a need for a safe and peaceful community space while she was living next to a building next to an empty lot in Chicago. Okay. Sorry. Where is the thumbnail?
I saw this.
I think we all
There's the
watched
thumbnail.
this one.
Okay. Everybody's seen this one? Is this something you'd like to keep in?
No.
No? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and drop it out. All right. For some balloonists, Labor Day liftoff is a celebration of color and camaraderie. Over 30 balloons took off from Memorial Park in Colorado Springs. All right, is this something that we'd like to keep in? How many of y'all have seen it?
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay. Yes, no? In, out?
I think we can leave it out.
Okay, out for all three. Go ahead and move along. Okay. Rushing to the theater to see Black Panther is more than just a weekend activity. Many fans are using the movie to celebrate a shift towards a more positive, empowering portrayal of people from the continent of Africa. Okay, here's the still. Did all three of you see it, or?
I saw it.
Okay, so we've got 2 out of 3 have seen it. Is it something that we should watch together?
I would keep it in.
You would?
Mm-hmm.
Should we watch
we
it?
should watch it.
Okay.
It's yeah, I would watch the first 30 seconds or a minute. I think it's like 10 minutes long.
It's 10 minutes long?
Or 4 minutes, sorry.
This would be 10 minutes, 'cause
Black Panther is basically a Black high society event, and everybody should get into it.
I had my tailor sew about 7 outfits just so I can have a selection of stuff to wear.
Yeah, I had my ticket for going on 3 or 4 weeks now.
Literally the best thing that is probably going to come out.
It's a time of celebration. It's a time to be able to fully express that joy that you feel.
I am a costumer, I'm a creator, and the first thing that I said is, I'm gonna make something. I have to make something, it does allow you to kind of dig deeper into your cultural roots and what there is to love about being a Black American, or, you know, being me, a first-generation Guyanese American.
I was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. I grew up on the continent. So to see an Afrofuturist story or character about this king that's ruling a country that's never been colonized, and to be able to see that and see almost a thing of what could have been, or what can we strive to now, is something that it hits me on a very personal level.
Black Panther has been one of my favorite superheroes. He's definitely the richest superhero that I know of. Just him as a character, like, he wears a suit that's indestructible. I mean, who can beat that?
My first connection to superhero stories were through animation, the X-Men cartoons, the Batman animated series, the Transformers, Ninja Turtles. That was my first foray into learning about American culture. But seeing that there were not a lot of either Nigerian or African or even African American characters, at that point I didn't know it, but it had an effect on me that made me feel like this concept of being a superhero was meant for a specific type of person.
We do have Storm, we have Blade, we have Misty Knight, but they were created in a time, and even Black Panther was created in a time where they were being written by white men. And unfortunately for us, they were also kind of side characters.
I was under heavy pressure behind the fandom because I knew that there were certain fan favorites like the Dora, the Black Panther costume, Killmonger, would be something that people were really on the edge of their seats to see what we were going to do with them. So the imagery for us was really important to project the strength of women. And so those images, I feel, have already brought so much positive energy to families, to children. I've seen the cosplayers making them up, and it's wonderful to see that this is something that they've been waiting for, and that we're representing it in a historic way.
Children love superheroes, Iron Man. They love to see people who are extraordinary and have these above normal talents. So now to have a African American, a Black superhero, like now they have someone to look up to.
I believe Black Panther had the greatest pre-sale of any superhero movie, and that's with a relatively unknown Black lead, a predominantly Black female cast. People are getting excited.
It's going to do a lot of good. People of color that want to write, want to produce, want to direct, want to act, want to do different things behind the camera. It's going to kind of like open the floodgates for that. Not just in the characters themselves being diverse, but the people who are actually creating, directing, writing these characters being of diverse, cultures and backgrounds as well.
We're starting to progress, and we're starting to make it known that we need to see ourselves written by ourselves, and we need to be connected to a character not only because they're the same skin color as us, but also because they act like us and they think like us, they dress like us. So I think in that vein, that's where Black Panther is really hitting the nail right on the head.
Okay. Based on what you've seen, is this something that you'd like to move forward?
I think we can keep it in to talk about later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sounds like the other judges are on our way, so we'll go ahead and stop here. I'm just going to call it Black Panther. Are there any other Black Panther features in here that you know of? Okay.
No, this is it, yeah. I think, are there only 2 more or something?
There's only 2 more. Do you want to just
Of
keep
the
going?
Yeah, maybe we just
Yeah, sounds good.
get to the point where
I didn't
we're-
realize that there was only 2 more. Okay,
I
let's go
think
ahead and
so.
do that. We'll just 108. Okay, we're gonna keep this in, and let's just see what the next 2 are. Okay. using food to tell the stories of migration, and using the People's Kitchen Collective. All right. The Food Historian. Okay, is this something that everyone has watched, or?
I watched it.
I watched it.
Okay, we have 2 people who watched it. Is this something that you'd like to?
Not for me, for you.
I would keep it in just for the discussion around it right now.
Okay. Is it something that you'd like to watch?
Maybe watch the first minute.
Okay.
If you take the chili, it's considered to be one of the first plants of globalization because it literally caught like wildfire around the world after it was cultivated in Mesoamerica, and it just kind of spread, and it's really delicious and it's really addictive, and there's nothing quite like that heat that you get from the chili. If you ask folks around the world, they'll have very specific descriptions of what their chili is and how you use it and how you grow it, what you eat it with. But that plant has traveled thousands of miles to find new homes. The People's Kitchen Collective is an organization based here in Oakland, and we use food to tell stories of our resilience, our shared struggles, and also to build solidarity. We can all have a seat before we get started, and then instead of smelling food, we can start eating food, which is always better.
Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad you're here. My name is Jocelyn Jackson, CTUC Rotoni Vomit.
The current series that we're working on is From the Farm to the Kitchen to the Table to the Street. So this is a meal series that's been happening over the course of the past year, and will end this spring.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. I think we should just keep it and talk about it.
Keep it in?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm going to call it Food Historian. Okay, 8945. Okay. This is the dog rescuer. So here's the thumbnail. How many of y'all have watched this one?
I watched this one.
Okay, Bethany, Josh, did you get to this one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the other dog that is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I said no.
Okay.
I said no. Yeah.
So both Bethany and Josh are saying no on this one, so we're going to go ahead and move along. At this point, we're sorry. Hold on. At this point, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch.
Okay.
So once we come back from lunch, we're going to go ahead and continue with. We'll figure it out once we get back from lunch. Okay. Thank you so much.
It's my favorite place.
That your tooth fell out. He's gonna laugh.
Why is he gonna laugh?
Because he has serious tooth problems.
Ready? Okay. Well, welcome back. We are continuing to judge feature individual here. We've got Jaime Acefa, Josh Davis, and Bethany Mollenkoff, and we've narrowed it down from a total number of entries of 45 to our second cut is 24 to, let's see here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to go through and discuss. So judges are going to start by just talking a little bit about their mindset and how they're evaluating entries to start.
Well, I think for me, as I'm looking through kind of the finals and as I was going through the videos, things that are important, originality, like originally reported stories,
original approaches.
Yeah, original approach, like how's it shot, how's the audio sound, how strong is the character, and is this something new that I haven't seen? I think it's really important to highlight work that is a little bit more unique, because we've all been doing online video for a while now, so I think it's time to start pushing a little bit more creativity than something we might have seen in 2012.
Yeah, I think a lot of the entries that perhaps we did not include were for reasons of, there's sort of like a formula we've fallen into, and it's sort of like a rinse and repeat type situation, and we're putting like a large emphasis on originality. For me personally, I like to see scenes, or I'm giving a lot of points for scenes and just some sort of like news value. So I think I think story is really important for this, and so the ones that we've elevated have sort of fallen under that umbrella.
Yeah, I agree. I think the why is important, and that it wasn't just done because you had access, or you could, or it was there, or it's pretty. So that's important. And then, yeah, in terms of, like, story is really important. Story structure is really important. I think there are a few that we left out for that reason, because it was lacking in that area. So I think that will be key for me.
I think too for me is context. Like, I really want to see work in context of the time that we're living in.
Yeah.
If your video feels like it could be this year, last year, 5 years ago, that's difficult for me to judge that in a way. It's confusing. We're working in news, so it should link to the time that we're currently in. So that's important.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. Well, do we want to start going through our top picks?
I think maybe we should start by dropping out the ones that we don't want to consider.
Oh yeah, I think we still have a couple remaining.
We've dropped everything out. We've we've evaluated all the entries. So maybe of the ones that we have left, we could kind of go through the ones that we don't want to include. So let me just pull them up. Let's see here, one individual, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's just go ahead and go by. Okay, so this is the climate music piece. This is the one about the composer who was doing piece work that kind of reflected the environment and climate change. Is this, maybe you guys could just share your thoughts on that, and if you'd like to kind of move it forward.
I liked it. I mean, that was the first time for me seeing it in the first live stream. And I found it really interesting where you find a subject who's trying to trying to create a language and sound for data, and then we're seeing a visual representation of that. So I don't know if that's meta or not, but I just found that really creative and interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I like the approach. I appreciate that it's a new angle, like a different entry point into the subject matter, which is something that we're inundated with all the time. So it's really nice to see a refreshing approach into that subject.
I agree. I think this is something for me, watching it, I might not particularly pick this topic to watch a video about, but my attention is kept the whole time. I think it's timely, like we were talking about the context. I think this is a really important piece for right now. And I think it was well executed. Maybe not perfect shooting or like super cinematic or these other things that we might think of when we think of internet video, but I think it's successful.
Yeah, and the editing too, just like the juxtaposition of the music notes and then, you know, these wide beauty shots of mountains, I think was successful. On top of the graphics, which in the audio too, I think they did a really good job of sound.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, so is that something that you'd like to keep in the mix?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the next one we have to consider is the young musicians. It's the young chamber music musicians out in the woods. Anyone have any thoughts on this entry?
So I think this one is beautiful. I think it's really well produced and just thoughtful in its pacing. But for me, I'm kind of lacking a narrative. I'm not totally sure why I'm watching these people. Like, what it doesn't. It just feels very. It could be a marketing video. I don't have a tie-in to the news or current events. It just kind of loses me. So I think it's well produced, but it's not something I would put in a journalistic category.
I really like the main, I don't know if he's the main character, but I really like the teacher.
Yeah,
like I really liked his bites and what he had to say, and I felt like I'd learned something from him. Or it just got, maybe it was just more of a feeling, but this one like made me feel good.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Yeah.
I agree. I felt like there was something with the teacher, and I think the thing that was lacking for me is that I didn't have anything to latch on to. So I didn't have a why. Like, why are we here? Why are we talking about this? Why is it important? And then I didn't have a character to really connect with. So I think he could have been a really great character because the things that we did hear from him were super interesting. So maybe if they used one of the characters, the teacher, for example, as kind of our vehicle through the story, that would have made a big difference for me.
Yeah, it felt like it's almost like a teaser for something larger. You know, I liked that they used multiple characters in this one. I liked that you could that we heard from the students. I thought that was really important, but I agree there wasn't really a something to latch onto. There wasn't really a why other than conveying a feeling.
Okay. But I would say that it's one of the better shot pieces that we've seen.
Great audio,
Yeah.
good pacing, great exposure,
Yeah.
using a tripod, all things that are
Great.
No tripod is great too, though.
Yeah. I'm sensitive.
For scenic shots, it's nice to have a tripod.
True.
Okay, so is that something that we're gonna leave behind based on, or is that something that you'd like to move forward?
I vote leave it behind.
How about you, Josh?
I would hang on to it for potentially an honorable mention, but I don't know if it would place.
Okay.
Yeah, I think let's hang on to it too, because I'm also I think because it's shot really like a lot better than a lot of the pieces we've seen. I think we're also being a little more critical maybe, so maybe we keep it in and judge it against the others.
That's a good idea. All right, the next one that we have is the Black Panther. So why don't we, what do you guys think of the Black Panther piece?
I thought it was fun, and I get the timeliness, and yeah, it was fun. Like, you feel good, you like it, the message makes sense, the why makes sense. It wasn't my favorite cinematically, and it could have been a lot more succinct, I think.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with all of those. I think that it was refreshing out of all the videos we've seen to hear from Black people in a different context, not related to trauma, because that's something that I keep seeing over and over again. Yeah. So it was nice to hear about creativity, about things that were current events, not told from a certain perspective. It was just like, and so I like seeing like Black nerds. That's not something you see all the time. So I thought that originality was great.
I like the concept. I like the concept too, just in terms of it was very well thought out. Like, let's do center composition interviews, straight to camera. These like sort of sometimes awkward yet very funny video portraits, and in terms of execution on that, I feel like it wasn't as strong like visually as some of the other pieces, but story wise, hitting like timeliness and like newsworthiness, I feel like it's stronger in some senses, and it does bring it like a unique perspective. But I do struggle with sort of the execution of it.
I agree. And that's when we have to decide which is more important, the ideas and the attempt or the execution, what outweighs one or the other, which is tricky sometimes.
Yeah, and we were just talking like informally about this too, like, we don't want to, I think as creators we want to see, we don't want to see someone just sort of like remaking the same type of videos like year after year, like this is a professional competition.
And it's also important to consider too that these are individual categories.
Yeah.
So, this is one person produced this piece versus, some of the team categories where small team, you'll have 2 to 4 people produce the piece, and then large team, 5 or more produce the piece. So these are all individual.
Yeah.
Okay. We have some ins and outs from you guys.
I'd say keep it in for right now.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep it in.
In. All right. Okay, the next one that we have is the Food Historian, which we only watched a sliver of. It's 11 minutes long, so it's a bit long. Do we have any thoughts on this one?
So why I thought we should keep this one in, just again to kind of talk about the topics and how videos are approached. I appreciated the attempt at a creative edit. I appreciated how much space they gave this person. I think it could have been way more succinct. But I appreciated it just wasn't the same format we see over and over again. And I haven't seen a lot of videos about this, so it felt original for 2 different ways, similar to the Black Panther. This felt intentional. I just think the production value could have been upped, and felt like the person should have slowed down a little bit. Just like take a step back and edit yourself way down. Be stronger.
Yeah, I felt like there were a lot of techniques in this that were used that felt like something on like basic cable. Like it felt that sort of aesthetic of like Travel Channel or the Food Network or something like that. And I know it's food and maybe that's what they were going for, but in that sense it didn't feel that original. It just felt like a different thing that already exists to me.
That's a good point.
But I agree on your point that it's, you know, the story is interesting. What they're saying is interesting. But yeah, I had a hard time with some of the music.
Absolutely. Sounds like they didn't push the form enough. Like they didn't take the risks enough. Like some of the places where it was sped up, it was like perfect that one thing in your video, and then don't just bring in a bunch of techniques to bring them in.
Okay. Would you like to keep it in or out?
I think we can lose it at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next one we have is the dog rescuer. Oh, sorry. We are, let's go back to, just gonna head back to the group and see. This is one of the kind of downsides of this judging platform so far, is that it doesn't quite go through in order. Okay, this is the determined stand. So this is the little boy with hip dysplasia and club feet. Thoughts on this one?
I thought this one was good because there were scenes here. We get to see the little boy in his, this is, yes, okay. Yes, we get to see him and his family at the doctor's office. We get to see change over time, him using a new brace. So I feel like there was some documentary qualities here that we missed in a lot of other pieces. I do think it was really long though, like maybe longer than necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wrote down scenes
Yeah.
in my notes, and I was like, okay, there's scenes in here.
Yeah.
So I found that to be positive with this one.
Yeah, I thought the scenes were great. I thought that I liked listening to the mother speak and like inform me about some things, health things that I hadn't known of before. I think that this one's a bit tricky for me because I'm kind of like, what is the current tie-in? Is there anything happening like legislatively with healthcare that this could have hit on, or is it just a story about a kid with a hereditary condition? I'm kind of lacking context. And so for me, I kind of struggle as I'm watching it to say, oh, what's going to happen? Like, what's next? Like, what does this mean? And I think right now with everything in healthcare, there could have been easy tie-ins that could have helped make it more newsy when there was none. So it feels like a lack of, like, a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially in Oregon, because that's where all the vaccine stuff happening.
Well, yeah, there's the measles outbreak.
Yeah, just with stuff. As soon as I saw Oregon, I was like, oh, maybe we're gonna go down this path. So yeah, I just feel like there was a missed opportunity with tying in that news angle.
Yeah, or even, and maybe I missed this, but even getting a sense of how common this is, or how rare it is, or just facts around the issue that would help me like.
Yeah, I think those grounded it also makes it less like. It can feel a bit gratuitous, or like. I don't love watching traumatic stories because it was kind of traumatic for me to watch that without a reason, like inform me about something other than, so it's tricky, just tricky for me.
Okay, do we have a consensus on this one?
I would say keep.
I'd say keep now, but I might want to see a section of it again. I think I might need to
Is it okay if we watch a little piece of it?
Yeah, do you want to watch more now?
No.
Or do you want to come back?
Let's do this first round,
Okay.
and then we'll come back at the
Okay, we'll
next
keep
one.
this in.
Hmm?
Keep fish.
Yeah, I've only seen it once, so I want to see it. I don't see it.
Sorry, this is a really terrible mouse. It's hard for me to scroll. 2, 3, 5, 9, 4, 5. Okay. How do I feel about the blind chef?
Ooh, yeah.
Here's the thumbnail to kind of jog your memory.
So, what I liked about this piece is I think that this is a great character. And so I'm kind of married. I like it because of that. And I think, but again, kind of what these other videos were talking about, even though these are like feature stories, I think you can still have news tie-ins. I think you can still push the form in different directions. And for me, I was lacking in, I didn't need to know a lot of this, violent, like how he lost his sight. I wanted to just experience him working in the restaurant, him cooking the food more. So I think while I love the character, there were a lot of missed opportunities with pushing the form of the video to tell us a story instead of just showing us a bunch of clips back to back to back to back. Because the character sells it, but if this was any other, the form does not support how good of a character he is to me.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, we were talking about it as the blind chef, and I feel like I didn't get to see him cook enough for being a chef. Or, he mentions, like, I think this is the first time they had a student that wanted to learn to cook, and he called himself a student, I think, at one point, and I was curious, like, where are you a student? Like, what do they do here? Like, how are you learning? And, like, all of these things that left me with a lot of questions. And I think the story structure does kind of start to unravel the further you get in the piece. So I think it could have been a lot tighter. I think the shooting could have been a lot better.
Okay, this is something that...
But it's a great story. I feel like there were some missed opportunities. I feel like, and I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the reveal that he was shot came in a lower third. Is that right?
Oh, he also talks about it.
Right.
Yeah.
But
you mean like
at the very
top?
first, yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I liked what they were trying to do with, the POV of being blind. Like, I thought that was very effective at the top. But then I felt like there just were some like mismatches, like in the visuals, like later in the piece, and hearing about how he got shot and like how big the bullet was. Like at that point, like I just needed to know that he was shot. Like, it just kind of fell apart a little bit.
I appreciated there was a few kind of visual like attempts at, when he's talking about what happened, they use, I think, like the bottom of a pot where water was boiling or something that, like, for some reason that visual worked for me for a few seconds. I think it went on a little too long, but I appreciated kind of trying to visualize things that happened in the past. It's obviously difficult, so I appreciated that kind of creative attempt.
All right. We have some considerations on here, in or out?
Maybe it falls out.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards out.
2 outs.
Bethany,
Can I go ahead and...
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. 60-17. Okay, we have the inclusive gymnastics piece. Let's see here. Okay, here's the thumbnail to jog your memory.
I really wanted to hear from the kids. Much like, with the violin piece we heard from the students, there was a really good there's just a missed opportunity, I think. That said, I especially the first time I saw it, it just sort of grabbed me. Like, I found the piece to be just well done. I liked the graphics. I thought, it just sort of had like this very like crisp quality to it. But I also sort of have a question about, like, as inclusivity goes, I feel like gymnastics is one of the more inclusive sports, and I think maybe that's another conversation, but it's just something that I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm. I thought that this had nice graphic elements. I like the way that they combined the text on screen, because I know that's something that happens a lot, and this was a more successful display of that. I agree with what you're saying. And I kind of, I think there's conflict in this piece, but I'm not totally sure what it is. Mm-hmm. I feel like because it's a reaction to something. But again.
So are you saying you don't have a basis for, like, what the discrimination is, or the conflict?
I understand the discrimination. I think what he was saying about how gymnastics seems pretty inclusive. It might be men's gymnastics and women's gymnastics, but it doesn't feel like boys aren't allowed to do gymnastics, at least in my mind. But
I think the goal of it is for gender nonconforming or non-binary folks to have a space where anybody who identifies as in any way can come and still.
I guess that's what I'm kind of, it wasn't totally clear to me what the conflict point was. Yeah. Like this gym or the community. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it just needed to be explained to, as journalists do, like, you just have to explain it to your audience. Like, if I'm a man or I'm a woman or I'm non-binary, like, what difference does it make if I want to go on the balance beam?
Exactly.
Right? And if they just explained that, I think a lot more would have fallen into context, but it didn't.
Because I'm trying not to bring in my own, like, fill in the blanks from my perspective. I want to understand for this community, for these people, what.
Right. Yeah, and I would say the instructor was speaking for the kids quite a bit, and it wasn't clear that the kids actually felt this way.
Yeah.
But it was important for the instructor to provide the space regardless. So, and there's a good chance that the kids did feel that way, but unfortunately we didn't hear from them. And I agree that the graphics was definitely better than a lot of others that we've seen, but because there was quite a bit of it, it also made me feel like it was a little bit text on screen video too.
Maybe that was the disconnect between hearing a voice, reading things, and then trying to fill in all the gaps between voice, scene, and text. Yeah. Sometimes that's hard to keep tracking with, because when you're typing out something, you're kind of reading a narrative, and then you're hearing a narrative, and you're seeing a narrative. It's difficult to marry all three of those things together cohesively. I think that's what I'm struggling with.
Okay. How do we feel about in outs on this one?
I would say out.
Yeah, I think it falls out.
Out. Okay. Okay. Ballet dancer with obsessive compulsive disorder. I'll come down to the. All right. Any thoughts on this piece?
This is really nitpicky, but we saw this in a couple videos where you have a pretty strong hook with, like, powerful music, and then you break from your hook to your title or whatever, and it goes to a piece of archival. And maybe this is just me, but I just want to hear the archival, and the music in this case kept going. And I just think people really need to think about that. You know, just think about like getting from one place to another in your video, and like how when music carries over, it just it you know, doesn't give you that break.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Just using it intentionally and knowing that it serves a specific purpose and it's not just there as like background music. Yeah, I agree. I thought there was some really good kind of, there was moments where I felt like there was like good pacing and like they created a mood. I mean, it's obviously dance lends itself really well to that sort of thing, so I think that was executed well.
I think at the end the dance sequence was pretty dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit too much of the main subject's VO on top of it, but it was dramatic.
I would say that this one was really well produced. I think we have to be careful with how much VO. Like I like to see things unfold. We don't need to hear a voice at every step of the video. I thought there were some nice scenes, like when he went to the grocery store. There were parts that I really liked. But overall, I want less VO and just more like verite in scene with him instead of kind of making the edit feel like what his brain, I'm guessing his brain feels like.
I actually thought that I kind of liked that. I don't think it was executed perfectly, like the quick cuts and like the sound and the grocery store and that sort of thing. Like I definitely knew what they were going for, but I think there could have been a definitely better choice of shots because it kind of like ends on a shot of him like grinning, and that I don't think that's like the feel that they were going for. But I appreciate that effort.
I could feel them going for it in the grocery store, but I just wanted that to play out. Like it just felt like incongruent, and I was like, you have a subject who, you know, has like obsessive compulsive disorder, and just like show us the evidence of that.
Right.
Like
What
just
does it
show
look?
it.
Yeah.
And there was it was VO heavy, right? And I feel like maybe it's the case that there was only the journalist only had like a day or so with this person. I don't know, but like one more shoot, if you just go back out and you get that, you spend just a little bit more time, I think this piece would be much stronger.
How do we feel? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to try to move it along a
Oh,
little
yeah.
faster. How do we feel about this one?
I say keep it in for right now.
A second? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Did we drop out young musicians?
Yes.
Did we keep it in?
Oh, did we?
dropped it
The
out.
River.
I think we kept
Oh,
it.
we kept it in?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to keep
yet.
track of here on my notebook.
I think it's beautiful.
OCD Ballet we left in. This scrolling thing is absolutely killing me. Okay, 92, 50, 30, 67, 08, Black. So, did we talk about Black Panther already?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. 9101. We need to talk about 0052, 9253. We need to talk about this
The
one.
prison nursery.
So yeah, this prison nursery. Okay, how do we feel about this adorably cute baby in the video? I mean, we love the baby, but how do we feel about this story? Just keep the baby on screen.
So cute.
So cute.
So what I did like about this story, I feel like there are fairly a lot of stories in the news about prisons, and this one felt very humanizing, which I appreciated. I like to see the mother with her baby. Thought that was really, it was a different take. We didn't hear a ton of backstory. I don't remember a ton of backstory, but I just kind of liked this it seemed like a day shoot. It felt like a one-day shoot. They went in, they executed it really well. It was tight, and it made me think, oh, that was a really nice story. Like, that was a really informational, like, emotional, and newsworthy. You know, it kind of hit all of those points for me. And so for a feature news story, to me, it's really solid.
I think it was smart of them to talk to the the warden or the assistant warden. You know, because she provided that context, that like news context about, you know, I mean, just family separation being so like predominant in the news and so like significant. But also just about like recidivism and like lower like reincarceration rates.
Yeah, the
like,
why was definitely clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also just interesting to see it wasn't like penned in, like it was just this old institution. And
Yeah,
it's like,
they provided enough visuals that we could see inside, outside, around it. Yeah, I thought it was really solid.
I like the hook too. It reminded me of a specific video that I will not mention now, but I don't know if they were going for that or not. But it was you know, it was good then and it's good now.
Great. So
I guess we're keeping it.
Okay, great. That was the last one on our list. So, let's, do we have any? Do we want to try to talk about things that are elevated for you guys out of this list? So right now we've got the climate music piece, young musicians. I guess that's still in. Determined Stand, OCD Ballet, Prison Nursery, and Black Panther. So,
And how many so we have 5 and there's 4 categories?
Wait,
4 awards?
We have
I can't
1,
count.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 right now, and we can give as many as 6 awards because we can give up to 3. I think 3 honorable mentions.
Okay.
So, if you wanted to give them all awards, you could, but we could do first, second, third. In the previous round, we did a first place, a second place, and then an honorable mention because we felt like the honorable mention wasn't quite at the level of a third place entry. So it's really up to you how you decide to do this. We can place them as you see fit. So is there anything that kind of rises to the level, rises above all of the other entries for you?
For me, it's the climate music. I think that's my number 1.
I
would
second
give that number 1.
Yeah. Okay. So do you all feel good about giving this first place?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How are we feeling about the young musicians piece? Or how about we go to a second place?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So next for you on like rankings as far as that goes, what rises to the top?
I would say maybe the Prison Nursery. Yeah.
I think Prison Nursery or
Yeah, Prison Nursery.
Okay. All right, Prison Nursery gets second place. Anything, would you like to give third place? Anything that rises up to that level for y'all?
What do you guys think about the Determined to Stand?
You can speak loudly so the mics can hear it.
Okay.
Louder.
Yeah, just thoughts on Determined to Stand. Just because I think scenes was something that we all kind of wanted.
Would you like to watch anything, any more of that?
Well,
I think,
did you want to watch
yeah, I'd like to see.
Okay.
And maybe we watch something like a little further in, because I think we watched the open last time. So maybe if we could see like the hospital scene, I think that'd be good. Oh, you downloaded it last time, I think. You didn't get rid of it.
Sorry.
It's okay. You have to download
That's almost.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was the download one. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so how far in do we want to go? Let's see here. I think we watched it to like a minute 30, minute 40. We did this. Did we see the hockey scene?
No, we didn't.
Do we want to start at like right before the hockey scene?
Oh, I think we did actually see this part. Did we not?
Did we give it up?
I think we stopped around here.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, we went to the hockey rink, but we
Yeah.
Okay, should we start here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys switching over from the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
I never get up. I never give up. I can do it.
You can.
All right, here you go. Yep. You gotta carry your puck, Austin.
Austin was 4 years old when we first started sled hockey. Austin's actually the youngest kid out there. He feels like he's one of the major league players. I think he, feels like he's just like everybody else.
There you go, there you go. Nice. Oh. Yeah. Go, go, go. There it is. It didn't cross.
Every practice, they split the field, and so they have other kids out there on the other side playing real hockey. And he sits there and just watches them, and he loves it and really wants to go out there and be a part of their team.
I only fell down a couple times. I got up 2 times.
Nice. You got up really good just then. That was nice. Good job. You're getting stronger.
The doctors at Shriners recently made Austin a pair of RGO braces. The goal of the RGO braces is to help him stand more upright and hopefully in the near future be able to walk without any assistance.
So what we want to do is, you've got this unlocked now, so you're going to swing this all the way over. I'm going to just help you out. Usually you would just scoot right into it. This one could stay right there, that's fine. And scoot your bottom into that band. Cool, perfect. Let's move all this stuff out of the way and put that foot in there. And I know you don't like these tight, but we're gonna go ahead and just snug them down for right now, okay?
He does get really frustrated. I mean, it is really hard when you're getting new braces and having to work with them. It's like putting on new shoes and, breaking them in.
So this is going to have you more upright, and it's going to show you how tall you are.
Yeah, we'll get this straight, and then we'll go see her, right?
Yeah.
You ready?
No, I don't like this. I want these off now.
How about if you give it a try, and then you can tell us how you feel about
Hey,
it.
look at me again.
You know?
You're getting caught up in here. Ready?
I want to take these off right now.
Ready? Look at me. Look at me. You can do this, dude. Look, you're dodging my eyes again.
We've got to go through this in order to get you to stand.
Sometimes there's times that get really rough, but when he puts his, when he's like, yes, I can do this, and I'm willing to do it, he always finds a way to bounce back.
Switching to on each side. Come on.
There you go, dude. That was a step, man.
Right on. 2. You gotta get.
No, let me see.
You're right. You need to use your walker, please. Excuse you.
I'm not going back over there. Good, 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 good.
Every week when we go to therapy, his therapist always compliments how well he's progressing and how fast he's coming along, because initially it takes years for kids to be able to even get used to the RGOs, and Austin is just, he's amazing, everyone.
Pull over, Landon, pull over. There's a cop behind you. Jump right there, you little rascal. Cop. Put your hands behind your back.
My dad actually got him hockey skates, so he wants to go out there and use them one day, and hopefully he can be able to play real hockey.
Want some help? Here. No, I got it. You sure? How about I help you? No, I got it.
wonderful song to go out on. Okay. After watching it more in depth, you guys have any thoughts on this one? Keeping it in the mix, or?
I think it's like really solid editing. I like I think they like took a lot of care with like audio. Like I think they, yeah, I think that's really good. Obviously this one has scenes, and we do get to see like some sort of change over time. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think?
There's actually, I have some editing critiques on this one, but it's nothing. There's a couple things that just feel a little that just could be tightened up a little more.
Absolutely.
I feel like there was a transition. I come back to this, but like there was that transition where, you know, he came out of the doctor's office and there was the grass and the flowers and the gnat, and that was awesome. But going into the doctor's office, there was like this high angle shot of like the expressway or whatever, but there was no like audio change there. So like they nailed it on the back end, but on the front end they didn't. So you know, considering this for a third place award, like that's something I'm thinking about. But the scene of him like just so frustrated in the office, like that's gold. That's really, really powerful.
And then the payoff of seeing him actually like being able to do it.
Yeah.
And I liked, just the scenes. We didn't need all this VO. It was like well paced in that way.
Yeah.
It's not just voice. I'm not sure how I feel about third. Definitely an honorable mention for me. I'm trying to see what we have left on the list. Black Panther.
We still have, we have Black Panther. We have Prison Nursery. We have OCD Ballet.
Oh, I thought Prison Nursery was second.
Oh, sorry. Prison Nursery is
Yeah.
second. My bad. And Young Musicians as well.
Is there another one you see that you would like for third place?
Would you consider Black Panther?
I would consider Black Panther. I kind of feel like the Determined Stand and OCD Ballet kind of hold the same space for me. Because both of them are dealing with issues with health, but don't connect to something bigger outside of them. They feel very like honed in, but not contextual. So I kind of see them they're similar to me.
I think the scenes for me in Determined Stand raise it above OCD
that's
Ballet,
fair.
personally. I think just there's some clumsiness, I think, in the edit. Just stuff I would take out, or some lines that aren't needed because they're supported by what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And I think that's just something that you really have to consider
Mhm.
in your edits. But you know, comparing the doctor's office to like the grocery store, I think that's what I'm.
Yeah,
I'm
that's good.
But
Yeah, and like we said, I think the OCD dance one maybe was shot in a day. We don't know. Like,
don't know.
Whereas this obviously they followed this kid and his family for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Do you
Black
have any
Panther.
thoughts on giving on a third place at all, or would you prefer to go from first and second to honorable mention? Or is there anything that rises up to a third place level for you?
I say, and I just want to have this conversation. I just liked the violence one, the Young Musicians. I liked it the first time a lot more than I liked it the second time, which I feel for a lot of these. Although I do like Determined Stand more now the second time, which perhaps moves that into third for me. But I don't know. There's just something kind of like uplifting, and I just really liked that teacher in the
Connected to the character.
in the Young Musicians. But I know
it was really pretty. The way it was shot was.
I just didn't connect. I like the teacher, but that's not enough for me to award the video. Like, I like the teacher, I like elements of it, but even right now, thinking about it, I'm like, I can't tell you where it is. I can tell you violence. I'm not pulling anything from it. other than that was something nice, you know, cool, and then I would keep scrolling. It's not something that teaches me anything, informs me. It's not super original, so kind of falls back for me.
I feel like I'd be comfortable with like an honorable mention for that one.
Yeah.
I think I had a lot there that could have really put it higher up, but there's just a few things missing. Like story is missing for me.
Like, why are these kids there?
Yeah.
That was never. Like,
Well,
was
they
it a
talk
summer
at
camp or?
What they do interview the kids, and
I liked that part, but they never asked
yeah.
them, like, because in my mind, the way from my background seeing that, I'm like, oh, is this like a rich kids summer camp? Why are we highlighting this?
Or is it crazy competitive? Like, what is it?
Yeah, like what is it? Yeah, because that would help
context.
a lot to,
Yeah.
so that the viewer isn't filling in their own experience with it. Just tell us, so we don't approach it with, you know, kind of the same thing we were talking about for the other story too.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
We just don't
We
know.
just fill it in, which isn't great when we're.
Okay, so are you, so for young musicians, are you thinking you would like to give that an HM, or does it rise to that level for you?
Yeah, I do. I only because it just got me in the first watch. It just something about it.
Are there any at this point that you guys feel like we can let go? So right now we have the OCD dance, Black Panther, and we're on
Determined Stand and Young Musicians.
We have 4 left.
Yeah. I think we're still going back and forth, obviously, with Determined Stand and the kids, the musician kids. So should we talk about the other 2 to see, do we want to keep both? Do we want to do HM? Like, how are you guys feeling?
Which one of those does not deserve an HM for you guys? Young Musicians, Determined Stand, OCD Ballet, Black Panther.
I think Young Musicians for me. Doesn't deserve it.
It's okay to disagree, but
Yeah.
we just need a tiebreaker. So
I would go with OCD Ballet.
I think OCD Ballet can go.
So OCD Ballet is out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about Black Panther?
It's funny because I think like the musicians and the Black Panther, like each has what the other one kind of lacks.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right?
Yes.
Like it has
Yes.
like the
Yes.
why, the now, like all the
Mhm.
context, all of that. While the musicians one has like it's beautiful and the audio and like production. Yeah. It's tough.
You're right. I would definitely give them an honorable mention, Black Panther, for the risks they took in storytelling, context, importance for the year.
I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah.
We need to
We're
see
all in
ourselves
agreement?
written by ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Black Panther hits the nail on the head. That
Honorable
quote
mention.
I wrote down.
All right, so that leaves us with Determined Stand and Young Musicians. So we have honorable mention, we have an honorable mention for Black Panther. OCD Ballet is out. Determined Stand and Young Musicians we still have left.
So, for story value, I would say Determined Stand over Young
Yeah,
Musicians.
I agree. Do you want to give a third place to Determined Stand or honorable mention?
It's tough because I feel like if it just had context,
Mhm.
it would be
Me
really
too.
easy to say yes.
Same. Like, give me something.
Yeah.
Anything to do with healthcare. It's such a big topic.
Yeah.
There's got to be a tie-in. I don't like to have to make those kind of jumps in my mind.
Should we consider, when we're doing this, the text that was submitted along with the entry?
I can bring it up if that helps.
Or like whether this was produced along with an article, like is that part of?
No, I mean, these were submitted as standalone video stories.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it gives you a link to the video online, but it's not it's outside of the scope of the categories. So.
Okay.
So here's the entry description. I don't mean to rush you guys, but we are a couple hours.
Okay. Right. I could be okay with third place based on the scene work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there are some, like, I feel like editing mistakes that really hold it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it doesn't hold it back from, like, being second place. It holds it back from being third or HM.
Mm-hmm. I think we just give all three of the last ones honorable mention.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine with me.
Okay, so we're giving honorable mentions to Young Musicians, Determined Stand, Black Panther. In first place we have Climate Music, and in second place we have Prison Nursery.
Great.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Yay.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, you can go ahead and cut off the live stream.
I'm going to be an enabler.
Yes.
Okay, welcome back to Best of Photojournalism Judging for online video presentation and innovation. We're doing video storytelling categories right now, and we are on video news and issue individual. So these are all video stories that are news and issue stories that were produced by a single person, as opposed to some of our team categories. So our judges here today are Gabriella Arp, AJ Shavar, and Andrew Hita, and we are going to, already gone ahead and done probably about half of the entries. So we're going to start somewhere in the middle, and then we're going to go ahead and start talking about some of these entries. So we're just going to go ahead and get right back in where they left off. So we're going to start by playing videos. So are you guys showing the screen at this time?
Not yet. We were going to wait till you start the video.
Okay, great.
Do you want us to play it now?
You can go ahead and start. Okay, we're just going to play the videos through in their entirety, unless we feel like it's not worth to keep playing, and then we'll just cut them off.
Wait,
So
the mics are on, right?
Mics are on.
You're saying one thing anyone watching should know is this is a sexual assault story. So if that's something that might be triggering for anyone watching, just a heads up.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, there's a trigger warning there. All right, so here's a little bit of the entry description, and we're going to go ahead and start playing the video.
Al principio era como cualquiera de los staff que trabajaban ahí.
He was 42 years old, married, white guard. She's a 19-year-old asylum seeker with a 3-year-old.
In 2014, ED and her son awaited asylum at Berks, a family detention facility that's contracted by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, known as ICE.
Her life experience is one in Honduras of being brutally beaten and raped by her partner. But she was also in this Berks County facility that is purported to provide a safe space for these families while they go through the immigration process.
La primera vez que él abusó de mí sexualmente fue en agosto.
He had been giving them favors, giving her little boy toys and candy, and he had told her that he could help her out and that he was friends with a deportation officer.
Una tarde estábamos afuera como en el parque y él me dijo que yo le gustaba. O sea, lo tomé como que estaba jugando.
I did have feelings for her. I mean, I liked her. I wasn't having my home life wasn't as great. So it's nice to have somebody, that would give me attention.
Early on, Sharkey told his supervisors that ED was flirting with him. According to case records, instead of transferring Sharkey, the supervisor told him to keep his distance and immediately report if anything else transpired.
It was a friendly relationship at that time, or that's how it was, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
Él entró al baño y me quitó mi ropa y se quitó su ropa. Y yo no pude decirle que no, yo no pude hacer nada, yo simplemente hice lo que él quería.
Me being in a power position and her being kind of like being a resident there, she was never, I never threatened her or anything like that. I never said any of those words to her to make her think that.
This is a hallway that everyone walks by. Guards walk by. It's by the administrative wing. What we found out through the words of Daniel Sharkey is they all knew.
Another detainee also knew. According to her deposition, Sharkey asked her to keep watch and propositioned her for sex. Like ED, several thousand immigrants have claimed sexual abuse in detention over the last decade. Currently, there are nearly 42,000 immigrants in detention on any given day. President Trump has already proposed expanding detention capacity for 2019, a plan that could lead to a 50% increase of the daily population since he took office. His new executive order ends family separation, but expands family detention, leading to an even larger population of immigrants held in ICE custody.
Anytime you have a particularly vulnerable population being detained in a confined space, that creates a potential for abuse.
Many of these women have never been in a detention facility. They didn't commit a crime. This is all new, to be in a facility where they're actually treated as a prisoner.
In the case of women, the majority of those in immigration detention are seeking asylum and, in fact, are usually fleeing violence.
Ultimately, it was an 8-year-old girl's eyewitness account that led to an investigation. Sharkey was fired from Berks. He later pleaded guilty to institutional sexual assault.
I do not believe there's a culture of abuse. For the past 6 years, it's been less than 1% of our population has reported an incident.
ICE recorded over 1,300 allegations of sexual abuse and sexual assault against detainees from fiscal years 2013 through 2017. Of these cases, ICE deemed more than half of them inconclusive.
It's certainly not in their self-interest to have cases of sexual abuse and assault confirmed.
Kevin Landy ran the office responsible for reforming ICE's policies on sexual abuse under President Obama. That office was closed on the second day of the Trump administration. ICE says the personnel from that office were incorporated under another division.
Written policies that the agency has on responding to allegations of sexual abuse and assault are very comprehensive. But the reality on the ground is that there's still some serious flaws and challenges in how those policies are being implemented.
There's a network of over 200 facilities that ICE currently uses to detain immigrants. These range from facilities run by private prison companies dedicated exclusively to immigration detention, to federal prisons and contracted county jails that house both inmates and immigrant detainees.
The investigations that ICE has in place right now to keep tabs on all of the many facilities it oversees are not adequate. It's often like almost like a rubber stamp. You see facilities passing their inspections with flying colors year in and year out.
Megan Mack was tasked with investigating complaints and filing reports on abuses for all of DHS, including ICE, under the Obama administration.
Often we would go to a facility and do an investigation, and then years would go by without the complaints being addressed.
Maria sought asylum in the United States after fleeing violence in Guatemala. She spent over a month in an immigration detention center. She was permitted to leave the facility in 2010 while her case was pending.
No sabía lo que me estaba esperando después de mi salida. Sentí que el AVEN donde íbamos, que cambió de carretera. Paró la AVEN y me saca la llave de las manos y me baja y me dice, bájate. Pero no miraba nada claro, solo era un montarrajal, como el desierto nuevamente. Me tocaba los senos, me metía las manos en el pantalón, me tocaba donde yo era mi parte de mujer.
The man Maria is referring to is Donald Dunn. He was a guard at the Tidon Hutto Residential Center in Texas where Maria was held. One of Dunn's jobs was to transport detainees.
Y él me tocaba nuevamente, ahí adentro la van ya con la mano amarrada. Y él se empezó a masturbarse, se tocaba a él mismo.
When he let her out of the van at the Austin airport, she ran. A guard there at the airport asked her what was wrong, and she immediately told him what had happened.
Y yo pienso que no solo a mí me ha pasado esto, a varias personas.
ICE policy mandates that detainees be transferred with at least one guard of the same sex. But according to case records, Hutto violated that order 77 times in less than a year, allowing male guards, including Dunn, to transport women alone.
Probably there were many more, because these were the women who could be tracked down and who were willing to speak.
Donald Dunn served less than 2 years on charges arising from his assault on multiple women. The Hutto Detention Center has recently been investigated by the FBI for other claims of sexual abuse committed by guards. And in June, a civil rights group lodged new complaints accusing guards of masturbating in front of female detainees and forcing them into sex acts. Immigrant detention in all its forms is expanding under the Trump administration. ICE is looking into options for an additional 15,000 beds to detain parents and their children as a response to Trump's executive order ending family separation. With more and more immigrants in detention and for longer periods, as their immigration cases make their way through an overburdened court system, the potential for abuse only increases.
Certainly not an individual entry.
Yeah.
So it sounds like this is one where we've had 2 videos at this point in this category that were entered under the individual team size, where they are obviously a large team entry. Was the other one a New York Times entry as well?
No, it was a USA Today.
Okay.
And just to make sure we're all on the same page, when we're saying individual, we're assuming that one person has done almost
everything.
Yeah, like filming, production, sound mixing, color. Not just one person leading the edit, or not one person just leading the cinematography. Correct?
Correct. I mean, the reason why this we divided the video storytelling and the visual presentation categories into team sizes was just so that people who were doing all the work by themselves did not have to compete with large teams of production.
Yeah.
And that you will see in these very big projects.
Yeah.
So it's unfair to have them compete against each other, which is how I felt, which is why I decided to divide it up into team size.
Oh, most definitely.
Since we have 2 entries right now that are obviously miscategorized, we'll talk it over with the contest chair and see if we might want to move these around. I mean, normally we would prefer not to do that. However, this is the first year, so people are still getting used to these categories being the way that they are. And we understand that not everyone had a deep understanding, and the way that the back end wasn't the most, it wasn't the maybe the most organized way to present it. So
have the other 3 judges, because they're the ones looking at news and issue large team, and have they
have already made
looked at that category
decision
yet?
on that category,
Because,
but we have not published it. We haven't presented it, so we could go back.
Yeah.
We haven't released those that yet, so so we can revisit that.
Did they finish news and issue large or news and issue small?
What do they do? Oh, sorry, they did feature large, so they haven't. Let's see here. News and issue large team actually hasn't come up yet.
Okay.
It would actually be you guys. So that's supposed to come up after this category.
Wait, I'm seeing that on Group A's schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm mixed up.
But
I
was
need to
the
give you guys
back end so unclear that knowing, I mean, like that
Well, it said
this
how
should
many
be an individual?
It said how many team members worked on this entry, and it said team entry or individual entry.
I mean,
So,
It's tough
it's
because
one thing
I know
if it's like a small team versus a large team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like individual. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's.
Yeah, and I can see how the confusion would arise, because I mean, obviously I worked at the Times, and there would be things that I would handle like 95% of, but someone might come in and look at this, might tweak this, and then by the end of it, there's 6 other names on it.
Right, but that was like
that
just two shooters were.
Yeah,
listed
that would
like
be
that
that would
really.
pull it out of the category immediately. Yeah, having 2 cinematographers on board.
Okay, so
yeah.
what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put it aside for now. We'll talk with William, the contest chair, and we'll kind of figure out that at a later date. But we're just gonna move on.
Yeah. I think it's tough because the more time you spend creating video, the more you realize that it is a team effort, and it is really hard to do something as an individual, and so you want to recognize the people that have done the one-man band stuff, because I think everyone in this room has done something on deadline without any other outside help, and that's a very different thing than owning a project that also, gets a little, even if it's just a little bit from, several other people. That's a very different experience.
And you just have more resources.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we were just
at 3389, which dropped out. So we are gonna go to this one.
8078.
Okay. So let's just have a look. I mean, this is another one that looks like it might be a large team entry. Let's just have a look in here on the. It says it is not a team entry, so we're going to go ahead and this is how it looks in the back end. It asked you when you were an entrant, is this a team entry?
Yeah.
And then it says name of individual credited with entry. Whereas, is this entry a team entry? And you said yes. If it's a small team, it give you four things, and then if it was large team, it gave you a text box. So that's what that looked like on the back end.
This is just speculating, but I'm wondering if part of the confusion is someone who might have freelanced or come in on a project and submitted it as an individual, not submitted it as a team or an organization.
Right.
This one though, I've seen, and it's that person is the main person from the organization.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there was other people.
Should we do what we did with the other and check the credit screen before we watch the full length?
Sorry, hold on. Let me just open it up. I don't see a credit screen. It just goes black.
I think we have to take the let's run it. The entry at its, as it was submitted then.
Okay, it's 9 minutes long, so.
Oh wait, actually, can you pause for a second? Could we check the Vimeo link to see if that has a credits file on it?
Pretty sure this did. Do we have the title of the piece?
I don't think we know. It's Univision.
So, titles were asked for as a part of the entry, and I was just talking with Mark Johnson about this. There was some confusion on the TV entries, and a lot of people's names got into where the entry box, the title should have been. So that's why they were all dropped out, and that's why we're having to write them.
Gotcha.
So that's why we're not getting the titles that were provided to us, if anyone's curious. Because I was thinking, we asked for this, why don't we see it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why don't we just set this one aside? You're thinking it is going to be a large team entry?
I think I know a few people that worked on it.
Okay. Let's see here. We're going to call it... Oh, God, stupid scroll.
Adiansi. I think is the name of the girl.
Okay. Adiansi, and it is entry 8078. Okay, we're going to set those aside. We'll come back to them. But right now it's outside the scope of our, what we're trying to do. So, okay, so that was
I think I found the
8078.
story on Univision's website, and it has 2 bylines.
Well, the other one's writer.
Oh, okay.
But that's sort of how they byline in the text.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's at the end.
Do you think we can move forward, and then could you, in the meantime, do you want to do some investigating?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll do that while you guys are watching.
Here, this is the credits.
You found them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's definitely a team entry.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Okay, so moving on.
I want to watch that one, though.
It's really good.
Almudena's a really fantastic journalist.
It's a really great piece. Definitely should be judged.
I had a wise field training officer. On my first day, he says,
you know what? Sorry, let's just have a look at the.
Yeah, I think for the longer ones, we could double check.
Sex crimes consultant and former detective Justin Boardman experienced a life-changing event that resulted in important measures being instituted in rape investigations in Utah. Let's just see if there's a.
Yeah.
No credit that I can see.
Okay.
Let me see if. It just has one individual credited down here.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and watch.
I had a wise field training officer. On my first day, he says, I can teach you a lot of stuff out here. But if I were to give you one piece of advice, find a hobby. When we're in these types of jobs, you have to find a way to escape. I started rock hounding and collecting stones. That got me out and about and got me exploring, looking for treasures. With the sex crimes and type of investigations, you do a beginning to the end, and you try to make it this pretty gem or this justice the best that you can. And if you have facets in it, or scratches, or dips in the stone, you're going to have those in investigations. When I was in the Special Victims Unit, a couple of years in, I attended training session on the neurobiology of trauma. I had some aha moments that really struck me to my core. I remember vividly the tears going down my face. There was a lot of guilt that came with the realization that I had been doing my job for at least 9-10 years wrong. All right. There are a few people here that weren't here yesterday. The thumbnail of my career basically starts out in West Valley City in Utah, one of the most active departments, which of course compared to St. Paul is like just a little fleck. We're going to get to rape myths and victim blaming and confusing behaviors. Rape myths and victim blaming can fill a week worth of content. I was in law enforcement for about 10 years when I finally learned about the neurobiology of trauma. When I started, I was doing things, what I was trained and what I thought, that most of these cases were he said, she said cases, that there was no evidence. A lot of it was regret sex, or that they would be trying to get at this person because they were mad at them. These were easy cases for me to close out, and traditionally we've been doing it across the country. The stuff they say makes no sense. They lie all the time, I can tell. No way it's true. No one would act that way if it was true. A lot of this, when it comes to police officers, is because we've talked to so many suspects over time that have lied to us. So if my victim is telling me this, that she remembers most everything up to that point of being strangled, and she comes across this way. Something very traumatic has happened to her for her brain to trigger that thinks that she was going to be seriously injured or die. My mother was a survivor, and that influenced the ways that we were parented. Things would happen that we wouldn't understand and didn't know about. And as I learned more and more, I started seeing some of the past and go, oh, that makes sense. Kirby was the first victim interviewed in our new trauma-informed victim interview room. Part of the process is letting someone share their entire experience without interrupting them.
I don't know why, but at the moment, like, I felt like my reflexes slowed down, and like I just froze.
When you're using these interviews, you're looking for this evidence that we've never had before. It's kind of hidden, and you're trying to get to it in a tactical sort of way for a police investigation. Where she was attacked was in a restroom at a house, and she focused on red mats on the ground.
They have these little red mats, and he starts kicking them and kicking
In the
them,
past,
and
we didn't understand what that meant, but that is part of the trauma, and that memory is highly accurate.
At the interview, I was very, very, very emotional and frantic and repetitive.
I went back out to my car and I wrote a search warrant about those red mats because they were so focused, and I went in and verified your experience and what you had told me, which added to the evidence of what had occurred.
I was like wondering if maybe you had some type of doubt, you know? You're trying to tell your truth and someone else is trying to lie about it.
I think that's where it becomes a difference between a therapeutic interview and an interview for the justice system.
Yeah.
And that makes it hard because I do have to go and get both sides of the story and be independent, but also get to those real feelings and real evidence. I'm on a quest, yeah. I'm on the quest to change police culture, but the culture in the justice system. From the trauma awareness perspective, we've been doing a lot of damage. The thing about trauma, it will stick with you forever. And I say that because, you know, with my mother being in memory care and being in her final phases of life, we have put a phone in her room. Sometimes I'll get a phone call and she'll talk about people coming in to get her and assault her. She may and does not remember all of the great things in life. She barely remembers her children. She loved us so much. But she remembers, that part of the brain still remembers the horror that she went through. And there's something just not right about that.
Oh, Bettina's coming.
Sorry. Was it over?
Yeah.
Just
ended.
Okay. I'll be right back, William.
What did we call that one?
Utah
So-
sex crimes.
Sex crimes?
That was what
Detective?
detective, whatever.
Are we just gonna call it sex crimes?
Sure.
Okay. 6452. William and I are talking over the team stuff
size.
right now, and then we'll reconvene and talk. Leave. Okay. All right. 6452. What gives me pause is that, William, why don't you come in here? Why don't we just talk about this now? Well, we're online. We're live now. I'm comfortable with having it live.
Okay.
I think it's fair. So, do you guys want to switch from the screen to the room? Okay, so we're in a situation where we just came across 3 different entries, not the one that just played, but the 3 before it, that were clearly submitted as individual entries. However, they are clearly large team entries. They were submitted by one person as an individual, but then either upon further research or just seeing the credit slide at the end, we surmised that they were produced by much more than one person, and would definitely fall into a large team category. So we are discussing how we should proceed, whether we'd like to recategorize these, because we're supposed to be judging this, same judges are supposed to be judging the large team entry next for news and issue. So if we'd like to just move them into large team, which doesn't have very many entries in it, or if we'd like to just disqualify them based on the fact that they were entered in the wrong team size.
It would be different judges on the large team, right? Group A.
Oh yeah, it would be. You're right. It would be different judges on. It would be the other judging
Yeah.
team on the large team.
But they haven't viewed the other entries yet, so it's fine. I could go either way, honestly. I guess since it's like the first year of a new system, I would want to err on the side of giving people benefit of the doubt in their entries.
Yeah, that's how I feel. And I can see how it's confusing if you're at an organization, like you were saying, you may, like I know for like the one that we passed on, or we moved to a different, where we're trying to think about moving, like the way that system works is usually like one person leads it and then like another person comes back and edits it after the fact, or, you know, it's, so it would feel like, I feel like bigger projects sometimes feel even bigger at those organizations, so it may feel like an individual project when you're in that sort of system.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm sort of more erring on it being seen and counted, possible.
Yeah, I agree.
We didn't get very many entries in the news and issue large team, and I really feel like it would be great to be able to consider these entries because they're really strong.
Yeah.
They're just miscategorized. And William, why don't you just explain some of your misgivings about that?
Well, the thing that I'm most concerned with is somebody, you know, I'm because of the position I'm in, I'm going to be a little more cynical than you guys are, and I want to make sure somebody's not attempting to game the system as opposed to making a legitimate mistake. Where I would probably feel, you know, the best about it would be to actually reach out to the people and say, you know, can you explain this? Instead of us making any assumptions. You know, if it's an honest mistake, if it's an honest mistake, like you say, and not really understanding it, if they push the wrong button, I'm perfectly happy with that. But the thing that I also understand about wanting the best work to get out there. This is the first year, as you say, and so I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. But when you have something like this, and we've already had a couple things in stills, we've reached out to them to say, explain this, you know, in a non-accusatory way, just, you know, what's going on. And you may or may not know, we disqualified a winner, somebody that won first place, in one of the categories because of who they worked for when they did it, and sort of an assumption about the situation that they made the picture in that wasn't correct. There's another that we disqualified because they overtoned everything. But then there are other people that have made, smallish things that we've talked to them, we've corrected them, we've moved them around, or we've changed whatever needed to be changed for it. I'm with all of you. Is I want the best work out there. I want the best work to compete, but I also don't want to reward somebody who's trying to game the system and trying to give themselves an advantage that that maybe they don't even need. So,
I would say seeing that the projects were submitted with slate cards that credited everyone on it, I don't think that's someone trying to game the system. I think that's someone making a mistake. If you were trying to game the system, you'd remove it, or you'd submit an altered version of it, or something like that. I think that as someone who has been entering my work in a lot of competitions over the last 8 years, it can be really confusing when you're entering a competition to know.
Sure.
I forget which competition had 80% of the video has to have been shot in the last year, and you're going back looking at your metadata and all the clips to know, am I at 80% or am I at 75%? Sure. And we are looking to highlight the best of visual journalism, and I think that it's worth, in situations like this, extending professional courtesy to our colleagues and assuming that, just like we start watching these pieces assuming that they have the best intentions for the people and stories that they're representing, that they have the best intentions when they are presenting those stories to us as well.
My counter argument would be that if you were doing a story, you would always, you would trust, but you would verify. And
but do we really enter contests with the same care that we do when we're actually doing journalism?
Well, my only thing is, what's the harm in just asking?
I don't think there's any harm in asking. We can definitely clarify if we have the resources to do it. I do think that there is something to be said, though, between the discrepancy of the entry numbers in large versus individual.
Mm-hmm.
That might just be an indication right there that maybe, there's something wasn't communicated properly in the...
Well, and again, that's what I mean. That's why I say just it can't hurt to ask and say, hey, we have this discrepancy. We just want to clarify it.
Okay.
If we can ask,
I can do that.
That would definitely be.
Yeah. And especially since at least one of you know, or have a sense of that,
Yeah.
Great.
That is the most responsible thing, I think. If we have
because the other thing
to do it, yes.
Exactly, and the other thing is what we don't want to happen is we don't want it to get, we're now having this conversation, we don't want it to get, and then have a bunch of people, go in an uproar about it because we decided to fix something without at least verifying that thing. And
under assumption.
Yeah. And, it's something that would be relatively easy to fix. As I said, we've been doing this in the other division for 2 weeks now. And we were talking to people yesterday during the competition about a couple of things. So,
okay.
What's just curious, in the first round of judging, right? These were reviewed by a bunch of folks before they got to us. Do we know if they had made any recommendations about recategorizing or reaching out at the time?
That's something that I can look at. Actually, hold on. Go back to one of them. Let's do the asylum one, 3389.
The short version for me is I don't want to make an assumption one way or the other. I just want to find out and just let it go.
Yeah. Yeah. If we can do it, we should definitely.
There was nothing. So we're looking at the scores from the other judges. So it looks like Brittany Washington, Eric Seals, and Sophia Allison looked at it. The comments were good, but no one had raised that particular issue.
Did first round judges know Did they have the same back end that we're looking at? Like they knew what categories in?
I
just
mean, they do
curious for
know.
my
Yeah,
own-
they knew what categories they had, but they also might not have been like, looking as closely at that too. We're all kind of coming into this new.
Yeah.
And that's one of the other things is that's one reason I'm perfectly willing and want to give people, to help them out, because it is a new system, it's new categories, it's new everything, and so, we just.
If I were entering, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make an assumption either way, because, there's some places that this isn't right, you're out. It doesn't matter what it is. You push the wrong button or you click the wrong thing, and I don't want to operate like that. We're trying to get the best entries that we can and have them go against each other.
Right.
But by the same token, and this is not saying that this person attempted that, I don't want anybody trying to game the system either.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think there are some people out there, not saying that, but we've already kind of seen it in a couple of instances, so, better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and reach out to all of those entrants. I've got to go into the back end on my laptop, but we'll keep going through videos, and I'll just do that in the background while you all are watching the entries.
And could we let Group A know that there might be additions to their large team?
So they're not starting on that yet. And what we might want to do, since you guys have already watched those 3 entries, is we might want to just move large team to you and move one of your categories to them.
Okay.
So maybe move 24-hour to them. Because,
Or sports.
I mean, well, you guys have already put,
I think that's my cue to leave.
All right, thanks,
very
William.
much.
So since you guys have already put, we're running behind, you guys have already
Yeah.
put 30 minutes of watch time into these, I think it would just probably
Yeah.
be better to do that. So we'll plan on that. Okay, let's just get back to watching entries so that I can figure that out. So you guys can go ahead and switch back to the screen now. Okay, so the next entry we're going to look at is, that was the one that we were just on. Okay, so 6452, okay, I'm going to go to this one. Okay, come on. I hope Apple never goes back to this scrolling system. It's horrible. Okay, here's the entry description. And if I can ever scroll to the actual link, there we go.
This is another section story.
I can't even tell you how long it's been.
Clergy.
It's so amazing to me. It's like almost now I'm having almost like some trepidation of some fear of some sort, something I didn't expect to feel this. I was confirmed here as First Holy Communion. There's a lot of good memories to this. And I remember walking out, oh my God, I could still see the priest. I could still see him. I mean, I was 12 years old. I'm going to be 50. This building is where it started for me. I mean, I literally have not stepped on these steps since I was 13 years old. This is his room. And I'm telling you, I can tell you the room, I can tell you it. That's the room. Now that you're going to be an altar boy, God doesn't like dirty altar boys. And you need to take a shower because God doesn't want you stinky. And now that you got your clothes wet and you're out washing the car, you need to go and you need to jump into the shower and you need to be clean for God. So I can't tell you what I evaluated and what I didn't evaluate because there was no evaluation. You just did it. I wish I can tell you. I wish I had an excuse. I wish there was an answer that I can give to you today that said why I went in that shower. I don't know. I don't know why I did it. I don't know. I to this day, I think about it constantly. Like, what if I just said no? Like, what if that first time I said no would have all ended? Would have stopped? Would I have never been raped before? I don't know. It's the same fucking dumb. It's right here. I told you it was the middle room. I can describe it to this day. I remember here, I was standing in the shower. And he got me out. He had a towel wrapped around me. He kind of rubbed my head real quick. And I remember we come out this way. And this is where his bedroom was. Right here. The bed was right here. Wow. I'm so sorry. I told you it was the middle room. I have no words. You just be able to, I can't explain it to you. How I was so afraid because he threatened me. You know, he said, look, if you say anything, your arms are going to be stuck out of your grave and you're not going to see your mom in heaven. God's not going to accept you. And you believed it. You believed everything that this priest said. So I stuck to the script. I stuck to the script. Remember we got pulled over. I remember a state trooper pulled us over, and my head jumped. Clearly they saw one head in that car. But when I popped my head up, and I remember the trooper looked, and he looked at Sepulveda, didn't even ask him anything. Shined that light right on me, and he said, son, are you okay? And sir, right there for a split second, I wanted to scream. I wanted to, God. So I wanted to tell him right at that moment. I could see it, sit in that car. I wanted to tell him at that moment what this guy was doing to me. But I didn't, because now I feared that I'm going to go to jail. So I thought, if I said this, is this guy going to arrest me? And I'm telling you, right there, I wanted to say something, and I didn't. I didn't. And we just went about our business.
So, should we call that clergy sex abuse, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 8081. Okay. Taryn McLean lived 2 separate lives for years as a civilian who was transgender. In the military, he was trapped in an identity that didn't align with how he saw himself. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and play it. I'm just going to look at the end. I'll just start doing that, looking at the end for a title slide, just in case.
It came down.
Sorry to spoil the surprise for the end.
Paddington Bear has done so many.
I know, right?
So many people have used their
Paddington
music.
Bear. Okay, should I go ahead and play it?
Yeah, let's roll.
Yeah.
I mean, these are long. In the interest of time, if at any point you feel like we should just go ahead and move along, just say something. We'll go ahead and move along.
Okay.
It came down to a point where I was thinking, can I continue to be unhappy internally with these blinders on? Or am I going to choose to live my truth and deal with the consequences, whatever those may be? I had that moment where I was like, are there any trans people in the military? Like, I don't know. Growing up, I have pretty much always felt just like a little boy. Like, knew I was a little boy, felt like a little boy. And it wasn't really until I started hitting puberty where I was being like told like I need to wear shirts around the house. I remember I used to like pray like, oh, if I can't be a guy in this life, I want to be a guy in the next life. I felt like I couldn't do obviously anything about it as a kid, and I just lived life like that for a really long time. When I was stationed in DC, I went out one night, and there's this guy that's sitting across from me, and he starts talking, and we're listening to him, and somewhere in the midst of that conversation, he discloses to us that he's trans. I am absolutely fascinated because I had never actually met a trans person. Him and I talked for a while, and I remember expressing to him, which was, I think, probably the first person that I ever really said it out loud to, that I think that I'm trans. So I would Google like trans, like plus military, just to see what would pop up, and you don't get a lot of results. You don't get anything. And I remember thinking like, here I am again, stuck in this place where I can't take the steps toward being the person that I am. Can you wait? I just kept asking myself that question. Can you wait to do hormones? Can you wait to do surgeries? Can you continue to go all these years being misgendered, to be two different people on the military side and the civilian side? At the end of the day, that was just something I didn't want to do.
Inject it in. Done.
That's easy breezy.
Yeah, it's not hard at all. You're going to be a little intimidated the very first time you go to poke yourself.
Once I begun chemically transitioning within the military, I made the decision to kind of out myself. And I knew what that meant, and it was sad, and it was something that I weighed heavily. Yay! Hey everyone, Taryn Mitchell here, formerly known as Tashara Michelle. Most of you know me as T. Tonight, I'm going to go over a few questions in regards to my transition from female to male.
Effective immediately, transgender Americans may serve openly, and they can no longer be discharged or otherwise separated from the military just for being transgender.
I felt just like I could breathe because it didn't feel like I had to like duck and dodge and have to fly under the radar anymore, it's daunting. You can't really be yourself every day. People don't realize like how much you're kind of dimming your light.
When we originally had the conversation that he was going to transition, he said to me, do you want to go through with this or do you want to get out of it? And I said, I'm here for the process. And so because of that promise that I made, I think that's what helped me hold on, is that I knew it was a process. We both knew it was going to be a process, and we both knew it wasn't going to be easy because they're completely changing the outside and also the inside of who you are. And so I think that promise that we made to each other at that point was like the one thing that we held on to. And it was also stressful in that moment because that same month we were
purchasing our first house and trying to get ready for that, and then we were having the official big wedding.
It's the love of your life.
I finally felt like I didn't have to do the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing anymore with my military career, and then trying to balance that with who I am like any other time, which is just like a regular old trans guy. So for me to be able to merge those two things together finally and have them meet and be able to just be a trans service member that is doing their job in the Navy, that was like the most beautiful union that I could possibly want or ask for. During that time of sorting out, I guess, like the system and how things were going to work for trans service members, it had its like ups and downs. When you wait for something to happen for so long and then it's there, but it just has so many different like flaws and holes, you just want it to be perfect. There was a period of time where I was just, my back was kind of against the wall, where I could no longer go to that civilian provider, but the military wasn't quite set up yet for me to have that first appointment. I was down to like probably like my last vial or two for doing my testosterone. So I ended up having to kind of ration that out. I felt like my body was changing backwards and everything was just kind of working and moving backwards. I can kind of feel like the shift of the estrogen trying to like get the upper hand again.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move along. Let's call that one transgender soldier, military? Transgender military? Okay, 6286.
This one? 6286.
Okay. Okay. So, moving along.
8013.
Okay, this follows a survivor of the fires in Paradise, California, as she begins to rebuild her life after losing her house. Okay. Okay,
Paradise,
since it says we felt
8013
it was
Paradise
important to
Time.
share stories of the Latino community. I'm just gonna have a look and see.
Paradise. So what you
Era impresionante, era.
Okay.
I think this is Univision too.
Okay. Are you thinking that this might be
I know.
a team entry?
I know the person who did it. I actually don't know if it's a team entry or not.
Let's have a look at the Vimeo. See if it's in there. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Univision created a Vimeo for their for
For
the
the
same credits
entries.
they set up, but when we check on the Univision site, it's a bit more fleshed out.
Okay. How about we save that one and I'll have a look.
I
you
found
guys.
it too, so I
Oh,
can.
you found it? Okay. Does it look like it's a team entry?
I'm just
waiting on the
loading.
load.
Okay.
Maybe this isn't the same one.
Let's queue up the next one.
Okay.
In the meantime.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Just write down this number.
I think we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We
A lot
got,
of
I
these are
think, about
long.
10 more by my count.
Oops. What? 10 more?
10 more by my count.
Okay.
So.
We'll keep going. Okay. Okay.
I thought there was 21.
26, but there were 27 in there.
8366.
Opioid
Opioids.
crisis is putting more women behind bars in
Opioids.
the U.S.
Okay, we'll use opioids as the title.
Perfect.
8366.
Yeah, opioids, 8366. Did you see anything on the credits on that entry? I'll look it up.
I think we're
Yeah, I think you
researching.
might have
Okay,
to.
I'll look it up.
It is your
Okay, this just says AP at the end. It doesn't say
Okay.
anything, so I'll go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a dream quite often about my son that I'm leaving and or walking away or trying to get to him or something. He's crying, little tears are coming down his little face and reaching for me. And I wake up a lot of times crying, and I don't know if it's because I'm always leaving him, you know, and he's always not wanting me to leave. I've had it several times since I've been in here. I hate it though. I hate it when I have that dream.
I've been arrested here in this county a little over 30 times. Yeah, I've been in and out of jail since I was 18. I started getting in with the wrong crowds and was getting introduced to more things. When I was introduced to opiates, that was it for me. I became addicted very quickly. I just wanted to get more after that. I started finding it on the street.
They don't have any rehabilitation programs here, nothing like that for us to make us better people. We're just stuck in the same spot, just like we sit back there and most of the time we talk about doing drugs. You know, we have nothing to do but eat and read books and take care of ourselves.
The only thing you can do is really walk like 2-3 hours a day. We don't get outside time. Being able to go outside, you know, feel fresh air or see sunlight or whatever, it gets to you a little bit. Basically, everybody that's here, you know each other from the streets.
That's from yesterday. 27.
Most people that come to jail get out of jail. When we don't fix that problem, we just let them back out, and with the same amount, you know, of education, and we've done nothing to give them a leg up. So when you do that, they're going to go right back to their problem, right back to their drug addiction. It does come a lot down to money. That even falls into staffing. Like if we want to do vocational training and I want to have all these programs inside this jail, who's going to monitor those things? Because I'm barely, you know, you barely have enough people to run your shifts as it is. I mean, we're stretched thin. I can't say that if I didn't come in here that I would be alive right now.
When she went in jail, I actually felt relieved. You know, I knew I wasn't going to get that call at 1 o'clock in the morning saying that Crystal died of a drug overdose. While she was here, it was total hell. I mean, the more money we give her, the more we tried to help, the further she kept sinking in to this drug problem. Our hopes and dreams that we had for hers, you know, gone from, you know, being a successful adult to, I just want to see her beat this addiction and be able to stay out of trouble. That's my hope for her now.
There's not a lot of rehabilitation programs for women in this county. In the 2 years that I've been in here, there's 13 graves that I know I'm going to have to find when I get out of here.
Both my parents are addicted to prescription narcotics. I grew up around it, grew up seeing it.
Okay, in the interest of time, we're going to go ahead and move along. We can come back to it if we'd like to. Okay, so this is, so we're calling this opioids 8366, okay? Okay, next one.
8229.
Okay, this is missing Native American, so missing Native women, you want to call it that?
Okay.
It's the second story that we have about a missing Native woman.
Mm-hmm.
What did we call the other one?
Missing woman.
Oh, should we call this one Ashley Heavy Runner instead?
I mean, we have the numbers written down too.
Okay.
This one's in Montana, so the other one was in Washington.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Missing Montana woman.
4985 is Washington.
Yeah.
Okay. 8229.
I was just noting it because it's been an undercovered issue for a long time, and it's
yeah.
nice to see that there's more than one story on it in this category. I mean, it's not nice that it is a topic, but it's nice to see that it's getting coverage.
Yeah.
Oh, I can relate to that
Yeah,
file name
exactly
so
what I thought.
hard.
Final.
What was it?
Right?
It was final.
Stop putting this.
If you created this, we feel you. If you're watching, we feel you.
In our culture, you call your spirit back, or you call theirs back by yelling 4 times. Ashley! Where is she now? And that's why we're doing what we're doing, because we don't know. You know, you have that hope she's alive, but all these rumors, this is what it brings us to.
Ashley. Ashley is very outgoing. She's friendly. She's so feisty. It's actually cute. Ashley's so funny. She's pretty amazing.
So with the police, the frustration with them is they looked at her as somebody who would just head out. They told us she was old enough that she can go do whatever she wants. She was over the age of 18, and I just feel like she wasn't a priority to them.
Gathering data is a challenge. You know, I think that's a challenge in any area of law enforcement, but we have particular issues in Indian country just because we have so many sovereigns and so many governments.
I can't think of a single person I know, an Indigenous person, that doesn't have some sort of experience, whether it was a aunt, whether it was a cousin, these are grandma, these are mom. This is a daughter, this is someone who was loved and living, and this is someone who, they were possibly invisible in life, but they don't have to be invisible in death.
It becomes a population that you can prey on because no one does anything about it, because there's no deterrence, because there's no enforcement and no prosecution.
She was really outgoing, and everywhere we went, she'd see people, and she'd always be telling them, I love you, and Jesus loves you. I would go downtown. I started looking at everybody, and in my mind, I'd be saying, I wonder if you did it. Did you do it?
She was frozen to the mountain, her face. I hated everybody. I was on a pity trip. Why me and all of this, you know? Didn't want her out there. I just figured, I told myself, Grandfather needs another angel, so I took her.
There was a lady, and she was a white lady, you know, and there were so many people looking for her right off the bat. I mean, there were so many. And we couldn't even get not even half of a quarter of who was looking for her to come and help us, to come and help, you know, my family here.
If you know something, you think you know something, please report it. And help with the searches. They need help. They need help, please.
This family was talking about their daughter going to the store 18 years ago and never coming home. That was probably my hardest point, was right there. Thinking like, holy crap, is that gonna be us? We need to get everybody involved now. These police need to step up their game and get out there and help us, because, you know, I don't want my family to have to deal with this every day for that many years. I don't want to be searching years and years later.
I remember this time that I told Ashley, I was like, we have to stick together, it's just me and you here. And I told her that I would never leave her. And if she was gonna go anywhere, I'd find her. I was only 8 years old when I told Ashley that, and Ashley was 5.
All right. So I was able to look up the entry in question about the woman named Norma who lost her house in Paradise. I don't know what we all called that.
Paradise Fire?
Okay. So I looked it up, and I have it, actually, it might just be easier for you guys to come over here and look at I have the original title slide here. So it looks like production, cinematography, and editing are all done by one person, whereas the archival imagery came from elsewhere, which kind of signals to me that it probably might be. Okay, so why don't we revisit that? We'll watch it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go watch that. Doesn't seem like that one is miscategorized. So we're going to go to 8013. Okay. All right.
Era impresionante, era el fin del mundo. De recibir una llamada de Jackie diciéndome, ma, nos tenemos que ir, el fuego está aquí. No tenía otra opción. Regresaba al fuego o entraba al fuego. Al momento de que yo llegué a la ciudad de Chico, pensé ahí, gracias Dios mío, gracias porque estamos a salvo. Cuando llegué a Paradise a la primera vez, me pareció muy bonito ver los árboles, pensar que vivías en la montaña. Era como su nombre, el paraíso. En las mañanas oías el canto de los pájaros, venían los pajaritos a tus balcones, tu patio. Pájaros de color azul, rojo. En realidad su nombre lo decía, el paraíso. grass is gone. Calico is gone.
I know, we knew that.
But we're here. Good to see you.
You too.
Pues nosotros no hemos podido encontrar trabajo aquí. Los tres trabajábamos en el mismo restaurante.
¿Ya aplicó para firmar?
Ya apliqué para
¿Y
firmar.
el ganador de su cheque?
No.
Okay. Sí, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Adiós.
Soy originaria de Michoacán. A los 20 años emigré a Estados Unidos y fuimos a Chicago. Después comencé una vida en mi matrimonio de violencia doméstica, alcoholismo por parte de mi esposo. Cuando llegó la policía, lo detuvieron y posteriormente fue deportado a México. Llegamos a Paradise porque ahí vivía mi madre y mis hermanos.
Que el Señor esté con ustedes.
Y con su espíritu. Siempre luché para darle a mis hijos un lugar propio. Rentamos ese departamento donde vivíamos. No eran lujos, pero les di lo más importante después de pasar por una vida de violencia doméstica, que fue tranquilidad. Finalmente, ayer recibimos la noticia que podíamos, los residentes de Paradise, volver al paraíso. Mi corazón empezó a latir y decidimos ir. Ahorita vamos a pasar por mi trabajo. Pues ahí. Pues a lo mejor no lo demostré porque iba con mis hijos, pero ahí me sentí devastada porque desde el momento en que empieza la calle no hay nada. ¿Qué podemos encontrar aquí? Creo que nada. Ahí sentí que había pasado una guerra, una bomba atómica. Mi hogar en Paradise era todo, era mi refugio, era mi tranquilidad. Salía de trabajar y lo único que quería era llegar a mi casa, a mi espacio. En los últimos años de nuestras vidas, vivir en ese lugar significó mucho.
Oh, hon, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I will sleep right here in the corner.
At least you made it out.
Mm.
Thankful
Yeah.
to see you today.
Dígale adiós a su casita. Todos, especialmente mi comunidad latina, me han apoyado mucho en eso. Hola.
Hi. How are you?
Good. Vamos a Chico y ves la gente comprando sus adornos navideños y te quedas un poco triste. No me importaba mucho el árbol de Navidad, las luces, la decoración. Vamos a salir adelante. Vamos a tener otra casita. Siempre me importó más el verdadero sentido de la Navidad, la unión.
Mire, comadrita, la tenía en su buró, Tony, cómo cayó y mire, es impresionante cómo...
Todos, la comunidad que pasamos el incendio, Dios nos ha mandado una gran enseñanza. Y eso es lo más bonito que ahorita en esta Navidad yo puedo recibir. La bondad de toda la gente. Feliz Navidad.
So we should call that, what are you guys calling that one?
Paradise Fire.
Paradise Fire. We're starting to get some answers from folks from those team entries.
Okay.
So it's good. I think one of them's probably a large team entry, and then the other one's probably a small team entry.
Okay.
So I'm working that out right now. So
That's great.
it's
Thank you.
ongoing. Okay, so this is 8013.
Can you take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah. Do you guys mind turning off the mics?
talking to him on the phone when he died. When they died, I heard the angels come out of it. Grandma said, "Tell Grandpa I love him." Emily said, "Tell Grandpa I love him, I love him. I love him, I'll see him in a minute." And Junior said, "Hey, everybody said they love you." I said, "Yeah, I heard them." And he said, "I love you, I love you too. Come and get us, Grandpa." I said, "I'm on my way, I'll be there as quick as I can get there." And he said, "There's starting to be a lot of fire." And then he just, the damn phone went silent, and I called and called and called, trying to get back to him. They passed in. I just love her with all my heart. I told her every day we was married that I said, "I want to tell you something." She said, "What's that?" I said, "I want to thank you for being my lady and taking care of this old man." And I told her that every day. And I still tell her. I'm awful super protective of them kids and my wife. I'd go through hell with a bucket of water for them. But it just didn't work like that. I run from Lake Boulevard down there about a good 2 or 3 miles to my house, and I run nonstop. I climbed over big old fences, and I went on. I was darn determined to get there to help them. I just didn't make it. I just didn't make it. I want to tell her I love her, and I want to tell all the kids I love them. And I'll be there one of these days. One of these days I'll be there. When I go over the hill the last time, they can start looking for me, because I will be there to see them. And I can't hardly wait. I don't want to die or nothing, but when I do, I'll be there with them. I'll see them.
Oh yeah, I had seen that one. It made me cry so much. Okay.
There have been a lot of extremely sad ones today.
Well, it's news and issue.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Okay.
sorry if I sound flippant. I saw that one a long time ago. So, okay. 8838.
Okay, 5952.
Okay. All right. This documentary is called Family Torn Apart, so maybe we should just call it Family Torn Apart.
Yeah. Because we have another one on child separation.
Yeah. $5,952. Do we have any viewers? Yeah, it's you and me. That's okay.
Is this being recorded as well?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're watching a movie, is the camera on us? Is the feed on us?
Only when we're doing the main discussion parts. Like right now, it's it's on the screen.
But
Right.
the audio of us is live?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Should we do a credit check?
Esta es la última.
Two camera people.
Yeah,
Three
let's just.
reporters.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And graphics and video.
Yeah, it's a small
Yeah.
team.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Well,
gonna.
whatever
I'll work on that one. Family Torn Apart team. Okay. Let's go to next. It's okay if we're behind. We're not gonna go all night. So.
Yeah, we gotta go to karaoke.
I think we just go through the night and then we chill in this cool college town for the rest of the weekend.
And eat some poutine.
Yeah.
Is this live?
Yeah.
The audio?
Yep. Everyone just heard how much you love poutine, Hida.
All right, here we go. Let's do call it Puerto Rico.
Okay, 7381 Puerto Rico.
You just said right there, this video is filmed and edited by Ryan Carrick.
Perfect. That's all we need. Individual. Come on.
For CPR.
CPR.
Connecticut Public Radio.
Oh, wow. It's a thing.
Porque aquí actualmente sí han hecho un poco de recogido de basura, pero aquí ya hay un promedio de 2 o 3 meses que no hay agua, igual la luz. Aquí hay mucha, ¿cómo se dice? Muchos mosquitos, cucarachas, ratones por donde quiera, ¿sabes? Y que no es la verdadera manera de cualquier ser humano vivir. Me había enfermado y tuve la oportunidad de comprar este pedacito que se lo habían dado a un amigo mío y yo se lo compré, pero cuando yo vine y me puse la mano en la cabeza porque lo que compré fue un charco de agua.
These people lost everything. The water level got to 14, 15 feet in the houses. If you go inside the houses, you can see the water level. This community is like in a hole. That's the problem with the houses here. It's a bad place to live, to make houses. And they know it, but they've been here for so many years that they don't move. They just keep making houses in top of houses. When it starts raining, it's just in like half an hour, it's gonna go up. Like the first time I came here, it started raining. and the water was going up already like 3-4 feet up for like 45 minutes. So you can imagine how it was for the hurricane.
Bueno, llegué aquí porque estaba embarazada de mi hijo de 18 años, que ahora va a los 19, voy a cumplir 19, porque mi exmadrastra me dijo que en Canóvana el alcalde estaba dando parcelas. Y yo vine aquí, yo no tenía nada, estaba embarazada, no tenía una casa y dije, pues ahí le voy a poder ofrecer un hogar a mis hijos. Pero cuando vine aquí, que empecé a construir, pensaba que esto no tenía problema. A medida que pasaban los años me daba de cuenta que por qué mi comunidad, me preguntaba por qué mi comunidad no se desarrolla.
And our petition is for all of the members in Congress to act on behalf of the U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico. Give us the resources to rebuild better. We will not let you down. We will not let the people of Puerto Rico down. And in 5 years, we will have a much stronger, much better, much resilient Puerto Rico.
¿Dónde está la humanidad, la sensibilidad? ¿Dónde está la sensibilidad del gobernador aquí? De las agencias, tanto como de vivienda, energía eléctrica, acueducto, junta de planificación, recursos naturales. ¿Dónde está esa solidaridad que se supone que el gobierno central esté para ayudar a las comunidades, no para pisotearlas, ¿sabes?
Yeah.
Oh, are they wanting to come in?
We saw Josh lurking around.
Lurking. Always lurking.
Okay.
We're almost.
Do you guys want to move to the room downstairs, or?
How many more do we have?
Let's see.
We have like 4 more to go later.
And I feel like I've got a good sense of what's leading the pack right now. How many more do we have?
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, this scroll is horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
It feels like
it's gotten
they keep
longer.
adding more to this category. No.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
6. Well,
13,
6 or, there's
14,
6 or 7
15, 16,
left.
17,
1,
18,
2.
19, 20, 21. There should be 6 left because we already
Okay, 6
rated
left. There's
21.
6 left.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you need? We have results from the other one.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Okay.
But we need to record these guys doing their discussion about their final entries.
For which? For what?
So they're finishing small team, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
24-hour small team or news and
No.
issue small team?
News and issue.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're still beating them.
Yeah, we're gonna need to start.
Just confirming that.
Oh, can we go on a break, you guys? Sorry, after the live stream. We're gonna. News and issue, small team, correct? Great.
Me? Yeah.
Right, so this is live killer whale captures in the Pacific Northwest. So, is this something that y'all would like to, oh, I'm sorry, I should say something in the live stream. Okay, we're switching over to news and issue small team categories. All of the judges here have reviewed all of the entries, and we're deciding which ones we'd like to move into final rounds of judging. So that's where we're at. So this is the Orcas and Puget Sound. So is there anyone have any thoughts on it? Do we have anyone who'd like to move it forward?
No, I don't think we will move this one forward.
No?
Yeah, I'm gonna recuse on this one.
Okay. So we have 2 no's. Okay. Jason Patton, a senior defensive back on the boys' Latin football team in Philly, was shot to death the night he celebrated his acceptance into college. Okay. Here's the screen grab. Any thoughts on this? Do we have anyone who'd like to move it forward?
I think we're gonna leave this one behind.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep a record of these. Lincoln Memorial, like at least 2 other surviving black burial grounds in Miami-Dade County, exemplifies a significant, though little-known, legacy of racial segregation. How do we feel about this one? Is this something that we'd like to move forward?
Yeah, I think we want to keep this one for now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call it burial grounds. Moving it forward. Okay. Puerto Rico is facing a healthcare crisis after chronic mental and physical health issues often went untreated in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria.
You wanted to keep this?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit split. I say yes.
Why don't we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we can discuss.
Okay, we'll keep it in.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it Healing Brigade.
Okay.
7816. Okay. Okay. The past is not dead. It's not even past, says Jeffrey Cooper Smith, a Seattle attorney who's collected historical artifacts for the past 5 decades. Okay. Here's the slide. Is this something you'd like to move forward?
I think this is a pass.
Pass?
Yeah.
Is this the National Archives piece?
No, this is the other history one.
Okay. I'm gonna call it Artifacts 9098. Out. And taking it out. Next. Okay. Polls got pilloried after 2016 for not seeing a Trump presidency. But scientific polling's not easy. Step inside of the Florida Polling Center shows why.
Is that pass?
Yeah, we'll
Pass.
Out. looks like we've got one about John Wayne Gacy. Here's the mugshot. Is this one that we wanted to consider?
Pass.
Okay. Anyone else? Audible? Yes,
Yeah,
no?
I think we can pass.
I think we can
Okay.
pass.
2592. Okay. All right. East Palo Alto landscaper Saya Fatu'u, hope I said that right, made a promise to his dying mother that he would keep their house for the family. Looks like it's a gentrification story. Saya's promise. Is this something that we are interested in keeping?
What do you think?
We can keep it for now.
For the round of discussion.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. You got it. 4339. Okay, we've got immigration. Juan and Elizabeth are among the more than 400 new recruits who every 6 months seek to become Border Patrol agents. They have strong Hispanic roots. Okay.
I think we're gonna keep this one.
Keep?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we call it Border Patrol?
Yes.
6310. Okay. Moving forward. Oh, we've got a car fire one. Are there more car fire ones?
This is Ashes from the Sky.
Ashes from the Sky? Okay. Is this something we'd like to move forward?
No.
No.
Okay, 8930. It's just if I have to go back and look into the ones that we decided to get rid of, I need to like know what they're called. Okay, go next. Okay, after Juan Lopez arrived in the United States, he wasn't thinking about the future. Now he has a wife and children. To see them crying, it hurts me now. Looks like an immigration story. Is this something that we wanted to move forward?
I think it's a no for me.
No?
It's a pass for
Okay.
me.
I'm gonna call it Juan Lopez. Okay. Students from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School traveled to their state capital to ask members of Congress for gun reform. How do you feel about this one?
It's a maybe.
We can keep it for now.
Yeah.
Keep it in? What did you want to call it?
We can call it Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. All right. Keeping it in. And you guys too over there, if either one of you guys wants to watch them judging the categories you've already watched, you're welcome to join them out in the lobby. They're just sitting out there. Sean Newman's brother was shot 9 times on Chicago's South Side, where gun violence is a daily threat. After a mass shooting at a high school in Parkland, he joined forces with them to demand a change.
I want to keep this for now.
Keep?
Yeah, we can keep.
Should I call it Brave Kids, or what did you guys call it?
I think the title is like Chicago Walkouts or something, but
Chicago Walkouts?
We can say Chicago
Violence?
Chicago Parkland maybe, because it talks about like the, yeah.
Okay, you got it. Okay, 7358. Okay. short documentary sheds light on a company accused of abusive and fraudulent tactics, and so it tells the story of a woman named Cindy Santana. Is this one that you'd like to move forward?
Is this the GPS one?
Yeah.
I do not.
GPS?
I don't either. How do you feel?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys both.
We're a no on this one. We'll just call it GPS.
Yeah.
Okay. 8135. Kelly Sevier and Tommy Tate visit the city of Seattle's last sanctioned lot for vehicle dwellers where their daughter, Sabrina Tate, died. It changed how I view homelessness. Right. Is this something that you'd like to move forward?
I think this is a pass.
Okay. Should we just call it homelessness, or?
Yeah.
Sure.
Homelessness.
Okay. 9094. National Archives of Seattle has 50,000 case files from the Chinese Exclusion Act. Files created to discriminate against Chinese laborers now hold value for descendants seeking detailed family information. Chinese Exclusion Act. Is there?
I'm going to keep this one.
Okay. So we'll call it Chinese Exclusion Act, or Chinese Exclusion, or
Sure.
Chinese
Yeah.
Archives.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that works.
How about Chinese Archives?
Chinese archives.
Okay. 9100. Oh yeah, we already looked at this one. Let's go back to the list and see. Is that everything?
No. There's a couple more, I think.
Okay. Just go down to the end. Okay, so 9104.
And the one above it we haven't done
We already looked at that one. So we're gonna look for the blue ones, I think. I don't know why it doesn't just do this in order.
yet. It was
Anyway.
weird.
Whatever. There are few sites in the world like nighttime Skid Row, the teeming Dickensian dystopia in downtown Los Angeles, where homeless and destitute people have been concentrated for more than a century.
We're going to pass on that one.
Okay. We'll call it Skid Row.
Yeah.
8395. Okay. For decades, students across America have been sent to retreats that organizers say are intended to build empathy and understanding. This is called Reckless Retreats.
Pass.
Okay. Anyone else?
Pass.
Yeah, it's a pass. I think that might be everything.
Okay, great. Okay. Just make sure everything's got a rating. Okay, great. So that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me just make sure that that lines up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay. So, where do you guys want to start?
Do you want to nominate a first place? Or do you want
Sure, we can start like that.
You want to nominate a first place? Okay, when
Or
we
do you wanna-
when we start doing that, we're gonna have
Or
to
do
cut
you-
off the live stream. So
Oh, right.
Oh, I see,
Do you
okay.
want to drop things out first?
Yeah,
Sure,
let's do
we can
that.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay, so we've got Burial Grounds, Healing Brigade, Size Promise, Border Patrol, Stoneman Douglas, Chicago Parkland, and Chinese Archives. So why don't we just start at the top? Is there anyone who'd like to drop out Burial Grounds? 3, 6, 5, 7.
Anybody feel like that warrants honorable mention?
I like that this is a topic that I haven't seen a lot. So I appreciate that. I think it's important. It's an important story to tell. Stylistically, there are some choices that I would not have made. I don't think this needs to be in black and white, and I think that there needs to be a really good justification for black and white, and this was not a situation I thought that worked. So, a little torn.
Yeah, I just think in terms of like the script is one thing, but in terms of the actual like visual storytelling, it made it hard to get to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The black and white, I think just some of the edits, the cinematography could have been stronger in the interview shots since it was
Mhm.
very interview heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something to you that you feel like could be considered for an HM, or is it something that you feel like shouldn't advance at this point?
I could drop it, but I could be convinced.
It's almost like I could drop it, but it depends on how we go through the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like
We can keep it in for now.
Okay.
Keep it in for now. Let's go to Healing Brigade. 7, 8, 1, 6. All right. So, any thoughts on this one? From Puerto Rico and Hurricane Maria.
Yeah, and this one started off strong. There's a good scene with the relief worker, getting everyone ready. There was a text slide that came in, and then for me, it just sort of felt like a string out after that. There were some really strong shots, but I wasn't getting a sense of context.
Yeah.
The woman in the hammock, and followed by a few more. So it just sort of fell off for me in the second half.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing, actually, because I think we all wanted it to kind of maintain that pace and story, and we were getting some character development, and then it all kind of went away, unfortunately, even though there was, I think, a lot to work with. Yeah. So, as much as I wanted it to,
Yeah.
blow us out of the water, I might be willing to let it go, actually.
I felt too like it just went from a reported piece to more of an advocacy piece, and that struck me.
Yeah. It started off so strong, and it was a great character, but I think that the storyline got really muddled.
Is this something that you'd like to keep in, or?
I think we can drop it.
Okay. All right, Healing Brigade is out. Okay, next one we're gonna look at is Size Promise, 4339. Okay, any thoughts on this one?
I really struggled with the pacing of this one, and and just the use of stills that didn't quite make sense with what was happening in the story. I appreciate that they were able to follow the story to see what happens, but I feel like it was a really mixed bag.
I think it started off strong, and it's a story I think is really important for people to understand about gentrification, but I think somewhere the pacing just took a turn for the really slow, and that's hard to keep viewers engaged when you're reading, looking at still images, and trying to track with a character. It was too many things.
It's like the reporting was there, and it was like beautifully shot. But it seems like it just needed a fresh pass on the edit.
Yeah, I agree.
Are we letting it go?
I think so.
We're gonna let this one go.
Okay. I'm just trying to write down some of your notes as we go along. Okay. Passing on Saya's promise. Okay. Next one we have is Border Patrol 63110. It sounded like you guys liked this one when you came around to it.
Yeah, I think we want to keep that one in.
Okay. That one's staying in. Okay. Do you want to save the discussion for later, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wanna-
All right, we'll go ahead, keep it in, and we're going to move to Stoneman Douglas. It is number 1311.
I think that one's obviously timely, and has the news value. We started out with one character and swapped to another without ever going back to the other one. And I think...
Sorry, have you guys switched this to... Okay, good. Sorry.
I don't think we had a real opportunity to connect with the character. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think there was a lot of elements that were working in their favor, but I think when you're covering a super newsy story like that, you need to be able to get better access with the people you're interviewing and collaborating with, because it kind of shows. Like, I didn't ever feel like we attached to a character and felt like we were going through that with a character, but the way we followed him and her kind of felt like we should have that. So for me, it was lacking this like intimacy, because that's how it felt like it was set up to be. And the narrative arc was like, woo, like really quick. There wasn't a lot of building. So that could be because the project was shot in a really short amount of time, but I think just the story development could have been better to create a more cohesive.
Yeah, like Healing Brigade, it started off really strong, like, okay, we're going somewhere, but then, I think the risk here is like you fall into the talking points of your character who's an activist, and in this case, it just relied too much on that, and I think it should have been cut out.
Yeah, you don't really get a sense that you know this person.
Yeah, you just know what their agenda is, when you already do know what their agenda is.
Yeah, like what else is there? And we never even heard about their experiences on the day of we never heard their personal journey story at all. So I think we could lose this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, everyone in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, Stoneman Douglas is going out. Next up, we've got Chicago Parkland, 7358. Any thoughts on this one?
For me, the voiceover is an issue. I think that and we were talking about it, but the read and the writing of it just felt like it could have been almost like a hosted piece. In a different category altogether if it had a host, but it didn't, and it didn't fit with the story.
Yeah, I think subject matter is very interesting and seldom covered, so I think there's some points for that. And I think there was really some really great opportunities to dive in a little deeper. There's a moment where they talk about going down to the Parkland kids, but we don't actually get to see it, so there's a disconnect between what we're hearing and what we're seeing.
Yeah, I thought it was beautifully shot. It looked great, but the story has to be there too, and the voiceover really just took me out of it. Like, it felt like someone over-explaining parts that I just.
Well crafted, but I missed that scene.
Yeah.
With the Parkland kids.
Do you? I'm on the fence to like let it go. Should we hang on to it just for now, and or are
I'll
you
hang
guys
on to
like?
it.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, let's hang on to it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Keep it in for now?
Yes.
Okay, the next one we have is Chinese Archives. 9100.
Also another important story. Like, obviously the archival photos are phenomenal and amazing to look at. I think it could have used some like restructuring to like make it a little bit more engaging off bat. But definitely really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, well shot.
I thought that this connected well to kind of the current events of separation at the border and rethinking things that this country has done to immigrants. So kind of this retelling of the story, like excavating that, I really appreciated that. And visually, I thought seeing all of that history was really cool. I agree that there could have been some tightening and maybe some variety, like to see where we are, like outside of the building, or like just a couple more shots to kind of build the scene a little bit more, because we're kind of in one room the whole time. So a little bit more variety would have helped. But I thought it was strong.
Yeah, I think it was a timely piece. I really thought the sound and the visuals were crisp. Just the sound of the paper like kept me watching it.
That's true.
But I really liked the twist where she finds out like her dad's in there. Like that
That's
kept
good.
me watching it.
Yeah. Considering that it all happens in one space and we're dealing with a ton of archival, I think I could have done with less people talking.
Yeah.
Because it was just like everyone was kind of like talking about the same thing. Obviously, the one woman has like this very personal story, but I could have done with less folks. And also, I think like I didn't really understand the database entry until much later in the piece, and I think that could have been one of the stakes that were like introduced earlier. That like unless these volunteers are entering this data, people will not have access to it, which is pretty important. So I could have used that earlier. I'd say let's keep it in.
Yeah, I think
Yes, for
definitely
me.
keep it.
Okay, great. All right, we're going to keep that in. I think at this point we're going to go ahead and cut off the live stream, just because we're going to be revealing the winners of these entries during a TV show that's going to be produced by UGA on Tuesday, March 5th, so keep an eye out for those. And with that, we can cut it off. Are we good? Okay, great. Okay, so we are just about to start our giving places for news and issues small teams. So we've narrowed it down to 4 pieces. One that we're calling Burial Grounds, one that we're calling Border Patrol, Stoneman Douglas, Chicago. Oh wait, did we get rid of Stoneman Douglas? No.
Yes.
Yes, we did. Sorry.
We
Stoneman
kept
Douglas is
Chicago.
out. Chicago Parkland and Chinese Archives. Okay, so.
We have results when we're ready.
Okay, great. We're almost done. Okay, so why don't you guys go ahead and start with if you have any ones that you'd like to elevate to first place.
I'm gonna go with the archives one. I think Chinese Archives for my
Your number
number one. I
Yeah?
think so. I'm trying to think. It's either that or the Border Patrol.
Yeah.
But I just think that the Chinese Archives speaks to. It has that surprise element, that human element of her finding the story about her dad, you know? So Border Patrol just lacks that human. I don't feel like I ever connect to one of the characters, the people, you know?
Yeah. But I do think you definitely learned something, though, from that one. And it was shot beautifully.
Yeah.
I think you learned, for many, what I think is a surprising fact of how many Latinos are being trained or in Border Patrol.
We didn't get into that
it did
though,
not.
which bothers me because you have all the opportunity to actually tell a really nuanced story, and it's here. Almost no, we don't go.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. And there's a moment where you hear one of the people, because you don't see him on camera, so I don't know which guy is speaking. He's not one of the agents, but he says, he says they have to deal with all this conflict within their families, blah, 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 as a result of serving or being Border Patrol. But unfortunately, we never hear from the actual agents speak about that dilemma, if it is one, or that conflict or whatever, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, why didn't we go home with any of them?
Yeah.
It was clearly there was a lot of time spent on the filming.
Right.
There were so many drone shots. Why wouldn't you just take that next step?
Yeah. That said, I think, if it was in feature, I think I'd hold it to that higher standard. I think for news issue,
that's true.
I feel like the angle that they took, there were some pieces that we dropped off that were very sympathetic to, to sort of these single character stories with single perspectives. And I think here you have this very surprising quote at the beginning about how Border Patrol agents are most sensitive to Latinos because 50% of them are. And what I like about this piece is that it gives you that access, even though it's not that documentary go home with you access, and it mixes it with data, and it does it in this very, very professional, very visual way that I think it's just was stronger than the pieces that we dropped out.
I think it's a different kind of access, right? Because I know what you're looking for, because I was looking for the same thing, but the access that I think this provides is something that I actually haven't seen much of. I haven't seen Border Patrol agents training. They're training like they're police officers, basically. And so I haven't, or military, it's a cross of both. So I haven't seen that before. So I think they had a ton of access in that way. But I also had a few questions about for example, one of the lower thirds that I noticed had agent under the woman's name, but I believe it was written in Spanish. And also both subjects were speaking in Spanish. And for the one that came when he was 19, I think he's only in his mid-20s, which it's easy to assume that that's his preferred language to speak. For the other one, for the woman, I think she was much younger. So I had a question of was that as a preference of the subject, or was that to make a point? Which then makes me have editorial questions about that. Yes, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way about that too.
Yeah.
How it wasn't really explained.
Yeah.
Did we ever see them speak? Yeah, we saw them speaking to camera.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I like that they're speaking Spanish, but it's like the choice behind it because of the topic is a little bit. Yeah. I think it's a valid point to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely a thought that I had.
Okay. Who would like to go with Border Patrol for first, and who would like to go with Chinese Archives for first?
I'm gonna go with Border Patrol for first.
Josh, you're going for Border Patrol?
Yeah. I mean, I think they just tied it into the news in a very direct way with data that we saw in a unique way for this category.
Great. Bethany?
Okay, I think I'm okay with that. We can do Border Patrol first. Yeah.
You can do Chinese Archives and then.
No, I
and
think.
then there's a
I mean, I think
decide-
you're right.
puts the pressure
I think you're
on.
right if we're talking about news and the expectation. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair point.
Okay.
Because then it re-racks how I think about it and how I judge it. Because those are my instincts of being like, I want it to be more featurey, but
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
And I say first vote with. They do fail to ask that question about what they really think about what they're doing,
Mhm.
and it's a fault of the piece. But I think
it's still such an important story.
it succeeds on many other levels.
Yeah.
But that's something that takes it from sort of like an A+ to
Yeah.
you know, I don't know, but it takes it down
Yeah.
a notch, but it's still strong.
Okay. Thoughts on second place?
Chinese Archives.
Yeah.
You all in agreement on that? Okay.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think
Yep.
that's good.
All right. That leaves us with Burial Grounds, and Chicago Parkland. Is there either of these that you felt rose up to a third place?
I would be comfortable with like honorable mentions for both.
Okay.
Honestly, but
Yeah, definitely not third place, but
yeah.
You think both get HMs?
I think the Chicago Parkland one, yes.
Mm-hmm. And then I would say for the subject matter, and there were some beautiful shots in it, the Burial Grounds.
Yeah.
I would give them both honorable mention.
Okay, so just to kind of have it recorded, the issues you think that hold it back from being a third place. With Chicago Parkland, I see voiceover is an issue, but there's kind of a disconnect to what we're hearing and seeing. And there's obviously the like pivotal scene is missing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which we actually saw a clip of at the very end. Where you see them in the same setting together. I'm not really
Okay.
sure where that happens,
But we missed them actually.
But you
meeting.
don't in the moment you don't get to see them. Yeah.
Okay.
Which was yeah.
And then in the Burial Ground story, some of the things that hold it back from being third place, stylistically shouldn't have been in black and white, and then the script made it difficult.
Do you want to watch a section of it again?
Can we I just wanted to see the ending of the
Burial
Grounds. Yeah.
Yeah. 3, 6, 5, 7.
Watch the ending.
It's undescribable. You know, really it is. I look at all this and the process I'm going through, and it's going to get better. I know it's going to get better.
But it's been a hard road. It's been a hard road. It's going to take some time, and they're here with me, and they're not going to go anywhere. And that's the good part, you know? They're not going anywhere, and I'm not either.
This is Lincoln Memorial Cemetery, final resting place to the millionaire, the lynching victim, and the Tuskegee student whose mother died. Here, a shopping cart sits abandoned in the weeds. Here, the fence sags under the weight of its years. But here, too, fresh bouquets of red and gold flowers adorn a few of the tombs, and small American flags hang limply in the posts of that tired fence, their faded colors barely stirred by the breeze.
Let me just go back to that. I just want to look at the. Okay, so we've got C.W. Griffin. Okay, yeah, that should fit with a small team entry. Okay. All right. Any thoughts after rewatching that?
I'm comfortable with honorable mention.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I think you're asking what held it back from being third place. I think like scripting wise and like story structure definitely could have been a little bit more succinct, and I don't know that it needed to be that long. I think you could have told that story a little bit tighter.
The black and white was just heavy-handed.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was kind of like supposed to be symbolic, like the story about segregation and all of that, but it felt, and maybe it was an attempt to like age the piece. I'm not really sure.
It's kind of like, why did you do that?
Yeah, and especially with like VO that talks about color, so there's a little bit of a disconnect for me. But there's several threads of different people's stories, so I think maybe just like structuring the story differently would have made it flow a lot better. There was some really beautiful shots I think that they could have really maximized on. Some missed opportunities there.
Yeah, it definitely didn't lead with the strongest. Shots, but there were some of them in there.
Yeah, and speaking of characters, because they have so many in this piece, I think, for example, if they had really maybe started with the guy that's responsible for taking care of it, given that it's called caretaker, I think he could have been like a really strong entry point into it, as opposed to starting with this like heavy VO.
Like kind of let the story unfold a little bit more versus directing us through it with VO.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Feel good about that? Okay, so in first place we have Border Patrol. In second place we have Chinese Archives. And we have honorable mentions for both Burial Grounds and Chicago Parkland. Okay, great.
Feel good about that.
All right, you guys can go ahead and cut off the recording.